as governor if she continues to compete here.
A federal appeals court has ruled Alabama can execute convicted murderer Kenneth Eugene Smith tonight by replacing the air he breathes with nitrogen gas. Critics say it violates a constitutional ban on cruel and unusual punishment. Robin Maher heads the Death Penalty Information Center.
He's already survived one execution attempt by the state of Alabama. And the fact that the jury that heard his case sentenced him to life in prison, but an Alabama judge overrode their recommendation.
Smith lawyers are expected to appeal to the Supreme Court. She got her start charming the masses at Woodstock.
I rode my bicycle past your window last night.
Melanie, who had a #1 hit with that song 2 years later, has died at the age of 76. There's no word on the cause.
I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key.
S&P futures up 5. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Dom Giordano.
Kane on the Dom Giordano Show. Kane, Glenn Jacobs, I think you rather enjoy being called out by President Trump as Kane.
Well, you get called out by Donald Trump no matter what he calls you, I guess. Although sometimes he calls people not very nice things. But nevertheless, it's awesome. And I can't run from who I am. And I'm actually really proud of my experience in WWE.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Need ideas for dinner or entertaining? Hosting a party? Captain Chucky's is your go-to. With locations everywhere, Captain Chucky's is your one-stop shop for the most delicious, fresh-made daily crab cakes, wild-caught shrimp, delicious homemade side dishes, and so much more. Captain Chucky's selections are endless and include homemade soups, delicious appetizers, ready-to-bake crab cakes, unique specialty items, and a wide array of seasonal choices. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Locations everywhere. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Valentine's Day is almost upon us. And guys, it's crunch time. If you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. They've got an amazing selection of gifts at every price point, so you're guaranteed to walk out with something that will make you look like an all-star this year. Visit their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, and tell them I sent you. They'll take great care of you. Or you can always shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You gotta laugh. Join me, Parks Casino Club 360, for another comedy night. A chance to laugh with Joe Conklin and MC Mike Baldini. Thursday, February 1st, 8 p.m., Club 360 at Parks Casino. Enjoy great comedy with Tyler Mason and Tracy Locke. Tickets are just $20 and include your first drink. Doors open at 7 o'clock. Go to parkscasino.com/comedy. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'll see you there on Thursday, February 1st.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet.
I'm Stuart Varney.
I'm Harris Faulkner.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, January 25th, 2024. I'm Dave Anthony. After 2 Trump victories, some Republicans want the party to unify now around the former president so they can focus on their biggest issue, illegal immigration.
The border is my #1 priority right now. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get something across the finish line to secure our borders.
We speak with Senator Roger Marshall.
I'm Chris Foster. A new report finds America's military power is not what it used to be or needs to be.
We're a global power, and we have global interests, trade, and access to markets and all that, so we can't just walk away from it. And the fact is, our allies are even worse shape than we are.
And I'm Joe Concha. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
It's on to South Carolina. That's where the next contested primary is next month, after 2 Trump victories to start 2024 in Iowa and then in New Hampshire. But the head of the Republican National Committee, Ronna McDaniel, tells Fox,
I'm looking at the math and the path going forward, and I don't see it for Nikki Haley. I think she's run a great campaign, but I do think there is a message that's coming out from the voters, which is very clear. We need to unite around our eventual nominee, which is going to be Donald Trump.
New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu, a Haley supporter, fires back.
The head of the Republican Party saying we don't want to hear from all the other Republicans in the nation because it's getting too close. That's nonsense. You got to let the voters decide, not a bunch of political elites.
And with a third of GOP voters in New Hampshire's primary saying they would not vote for the former president, Sununu tells Fox,
Trump is going to have a huge problem in November. Guys, this is all about the general election.
But many others in the Republican Party are ready to rally around former President Trump now.
I think there's just really no path to victory for Nikki Haley.
Senator Roger Marshall is a Republican from Kansas.
I think it's time for us to get united behind Donald Trump and let him spend time, money, and energy taking on the White House and making a big change in the White House, because, boy, we desperately need it with, 10 million people coming across the border illegally under Joe Biden. We desperately need a change in the White House.
Now, some media coverage of what the former president said in his victory speech, that he was kind of sinister, that he was kind of a bully, saying what he said about Nikki Haley, that her speech that made it sound like she was declaring victory, and he said, I don't get angry, I get even, and things like that. Why is it that Nikki Haley has to drop out? We've only had 2 contests. We have South Carolina in a month, and we have, 16 contests coming up in early March. Why do we have to have unity now?
So she doesn't have to. It's her freedom. I do think that at some point in time, though, we would save a lot of time, money, and energy if the Republicans could focus all their energy on the real problem, and that's in the White House.
Now, former President Trump continues to have a lot of legal issues. He has 4 criminal trials that are looming. He's dealing with a civil defamation case in New York, in court testifying this week. Any of that concern you as a fellow Republican, that what if something goes wrong for him legally?
My dad was a police officer for 25 years, chief of police, and he always talked about equal application of the law. Didn't care what your last name was or who your parents were, what side of the railroad track. He was going to apply the law equally. And I think when Americans see what the threat to democracy that Joe Biden is, this is one of the threats, that his Justice Department does not apply the law equally. So this emboldens Donald Trump supporters. This is why he's going to have a record turnout of people showing up for that election in November, because every time this is in the news, it just motivates those voters all the more so. So this has backfired on Joe Biden and the Democrats and the Democrat leadership. So bring it on. This guy's an incredible fighter.
Do you put no value in the allegations, Senator? I mean, not the classified documents case, 2020 election, his challenges, the Capitol riot. Do you put any thought into the allegations or no?
I think that it has been a witch hunt. I'm disgusted that the far left media only tells parts of the story. All they've got to run on is this concept that Donald Trump's the threat to democracy, when in reality, Joe Biden is the threat to democracy. Look, when you have an open border, if you don't apply the law equally, if you have lawlessness, cashless bail, 300 Americans dying every day from fentanyl poisoning, that's the true threat to democracy. We've done a couple of town halls lately, telephone town halls, thousands of Kansans on it. One was a group of senior citizens, one was young adults. Their number one concern was the border. Number two is a threat to their constitutional rights, which I find so interesting that senior citizens and young adults both agree that those are two bigger worries than the economy is.
Fox News voter analysis also shows that immigration was the top issue in New Hampshire amid a record surge of illegal border crossings, prompting Republicans in Congress to block a bill providing military aid to Israel and Ukraine, demanding border policy changes be included, like reining in parole, which grants special status to some migrants, allowing them to stay in the U.S. The Senate's Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, says he is working on a compromise.
No one's going to get everything they want, but we're all going to have to pull together for the good of the country.
So where are they? Trying to get a deal done?
Oh, I think we're still a long ways away. And by the way, I want to remind your listeners, 4 times I went to the Senate floor and asked Democrats to do standalone Israel funding. And every time they've shot it down. So my caucus would gladly do standalone Israel funding, no strings attached. And it's been just a pretty much skins and shirts situation there. Republicans are for it, Democrats are against it. So Israel divides their caucus. The border is my number one priority right now. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get something across the finish line to secure our borders. Now, the irony here is if Joe Biden was serious about it, he has the power to shut the border down right now. I want to be careful we don't hamstring future presidents. So whatever legislation comes out of this, I need to read it once, twice, 3 times, and make sure there's nothing that would hamstring future presidents and something that has a meaningful change. And jumping to the quick here, parole. We have not solved the parole issue. The president could give humanitarian parole to a person, but he's doing it 10 and 20,000 people at a time. So he's abusing that power is what I think he's even breaking the law by doing it thousands of people at a time. So basically just ignoring rather than calling for asylum's another 2 million people he's let into here on their own without any type of consequences. But then another 1.7 million people he's paroled.
Senator, I want to move on to the COVID issue, which is obviously not going away. The virus is still spreading. There are different variants all the time. And you even said in the Senate in recent days that it's become personal for you, that one of your relatives has been battling long COVID, correct?
Right. Yeah. So we all know that we lost 1 million Americans to COVID, but now we have 16 million people with long COVID. You know, I'm a physician. I've taken care of thousands of people with viruses. And it looks like there's some type of an autoimmune sequelae after this that affects their vascular system, their veins in particular, an inflammation of the veins as well as of the nervous system that creates chronic pain, chronic fatigue, inability to focus, to concentrate, can't sleep, all those things like a person that has mononucleosis that never goes away. So I'm very struggled and frustrated that the NIH and CDC has not made any progress on treating long COVID. You know, they keep saying vaccines, but that's probably not going to treat long COVID. I think there's solutions out there. So I'm working very hard with the NIH and doctors across America to bring that information together to see if we can give these 16 million people some hope and some relief.
Now, when the virus hit 2020, you were criticized for some of your positions against masks and against vaccine mandates, some insinuating you weren't taking it seriously. Those issues, they still kind of simmer, don't they? The way that the two different sides on COVID battle each other over policy?
Yeah. And the interesting thing is, despite being attacked, I think everything I said has been proven to be true. Again, I just relied on treating thousands of patients with virus, whether it was HPV or herpes or H1N1, especially pregnant patients with virus. I really thought all along that Fauci's leadership, his direction was wrong. I'll give you for instance. One of the issues was this 6-foot distancing. I immediately called the CDC and said, send me the study that shows any type of preference to the 6 foot. They sent me an article from the 1930s on tuberculosis that said a person coughing tuberculosis, that bacterium could travel 6 feet. And I said, well, this virus looks nothing like tuberculosis. That's a great big, relatively sized bacterium compared to this virus. I don't think a 6 foot is going to matter. I don't think that masks are going to matter, especially if you don't wear them correctly. So I think everything I said was borne out to be true. And now we have Dr. Fauci can't remember a thing he said or where his policies came from. But over and over, I asked the CDC to show me. Let me read the articles that support any of this, and it was horrible. And they lied to me. Most importantly, the CDC lied to me at the very beginning of this. When I called them the middle of January and asked them about this virus in China, they led me astray. They had implied to the media that they had folks there in Wuhan, China, and I found out they had none, that they were all shelled up in the capital of China, not letting out of their hotels. They lied to me. They deceived the American public. It would have been a whole different story if Fauci would have been honest with President Trump and said, look, this is a man-made virus. It's going to be spread person to person. We need to shut the border down until we develop a vaccine or do what we can do. So the president was given some horrible advice by Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, obviously, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Anthony Fauci was a Trump and then Biden COVID advisor, and he's been on a lot of scrutiny over COVID origins, which you've referenced about whether it was a lab leak, which is a theory that a lot of people believe, or whether it was man-made, which some sort of some sort of a natural occurrence where it found its way into humans, but. He has spoken to lawmakers in private. There may be something public at some point. What do you want to press him on with COVID's origins?
I would encourage people to go to our website, marshall.senate.gov, go to our YouTube. We did an entire timeline of the history of it. We did this, goodness, 2 years ago. And everything that's coming out of these interviews now and getting more freedom of information releases on emails just confirms what we're talking about. So, for instance, very recently on emails, we confirmed that EcoHealth actually finished a project that putting a protein spike on the original SARS virus and adding the furin cleavage site, which is what we said, this is the part of the smoking gun, that those don't occur in nature exactly like this COVID virus does. So I think that...
And that allowed it to be transmissible human to human. Is that the idea?
Yeah, exactly. So the protein spike, it grabs your lung cells very easily. And then the furin cleavage site is what allows it to enter human lung cells and cause all the inflammation and the infection, which is so horrible as well. But look, if I was in front of a jury of a civil lawsuit type of thing, I really do think I could convince them that this virus was made in a laboratory in Wuhan, China, and leaked. It was funded with American dollars, and we're still funding research over there. Just recently, 2 weeks ago, I found out that they made a virus, the same type of SARS virus, that doesn't grab lung cells, it grabs brain cells. That's got to be it just scares me to death that we're still funding viral gain-of-function research. We need to shut it all down. More dangerous than nuclear warheads.
But we're not going to get a direct answer out of China ever, are we on this?
Oh, I don't think so. I think that they've covered up, and more importantly, they've killed all the witnesses. The people that were working on the virus and on the vaccine there for COVID in China, a lot of those people have mysteriously died as well.
Senator Roger Marshall, Republican from Kansas, is always good to talk to you. Thanks for being back with us.
You bet, Dave. It's great to be with you. I hope I didn't drive down too deep, but it's sure an issue that I'm passionate about. Thanks so much.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's obvious. The unthinkable continues. Most Americans know something very wrong is happening. People in charge keep telling you that everything's fine and to stop noticing. But you know better. That's why self-reliant folks are investing in emergency food storage. And you should too. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, are the ones you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $200 on each 3-month food kit you purchase. My Patriot Supply also sells solar generators, gravity-powered water filters, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship that same day and arrive quickly on your doorstep in unmarked boxes. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. Time is running out to prepare for what's coming. mypatriotsupply.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon in May 2023.
Our free 2024 Gold Investment Guide isn't just a collection of tips. It's a treasure map to possible wealth in a shifting economy. We've distilled expertise and insights into this comprehensive guide, tailored for both newcomers and veteran investors. Ride the wave of gold to unprecedented heights. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your free guide. Call 800-900-8000 now.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, neighbor, what you doing?
Just getting the groundwork done to put up my new fence.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check the underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here. Oh, no.
Whoa, I think that's a water main. Yeah, well, you said you always wanted a pool. All joking aside, you should call Pennsylvania One Call.
You're right. I'm going to call Pennsylvania One Call. But first, cannonball!
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Start 2024 by building stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Don't miss a special edition of the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, sponsored by Advocacy United, this Saturday at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, January 25th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Kenneth Smith faces death by hypoxia in Alabama today for a 1988 murder for hire. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals now rejecting his argument that the use of nitrogen gas to deprive his body of oxygen amounts to cruel and unusual punishment. The execution is planned for tonight. Former President Donald Trump's defamation damages trial set to resume in New York City after a two-day COVID-related delay.
Former President Trump will return to the courtroom and is expected to testify in the defamation trial brought by former Elle magazine columnist E. Jean Carroll. Carol is seeking at least $10 million in damages to her reputation over the former president's denials that he sexually assaulted her in the 1990s. He alleges she made up the incident to promote her memoir. A jury in a separate trial last year found him liable for sexual assault and defamation, awarding Carol $5 million in damages. The defamation damages trial was delayed this week after the former president's lawyer was exposed to COVID-19 and a juror tested positive for the virus. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And President Biden heads back to the battleground state of Wisconsin to talk up his economic agenda.
President Joe Biden travels to Superior, the far northwest corner of Wisconsin, typically a Democrat stronghold, where White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre says the president will tell voters that things are getting better.
He's going to continue to talk about investing in America, what he's doing to make Americans' lives a little bit more easier, right? Giving them a little bit more breathing room, talk about Bidenomics.
Democrats investing heavily in Wisconsin in a third announced visit to the battleground state for President Biden or a top administration official this week. Though a state, according to a Marquette University law poll in which over 70% of voters are pessimistic about the economy. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
From the Fox News podcasts,
Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Irk wins Twitter. For those of you just tuning in late, first, where the hell have you been? He's responding to this cut.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to.
Irk says Biden sounds like Jim Carrey from Bruce Almighty making Steve Carell speak gibberish.
Don't mess with women in America unless you want a knuckle sandwich. That's Constipated Joe on the toilet. Who does number 2 work for?
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The popular Friends and Family Sale is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable Cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at goguida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Another record-setting day for the S&P 500 Wednesday. That index setting its 4th straight record close, gaining a modest 4 points to close at more than 4,868. The Dow lost 99. The Nasdaq was up 56. Netflix was up as much as 12% Wednesday after it added more than 13 million subscribers in the 4th quarter of 2023. The company credits a crackdown of password sharing for the gain. Tesla's 4th quarter results, earnings per share of 71 cents, missing Wall Street expectations of 74 cents a share. eBay will cut about 1,000 jobs. That's about 9% of its full-time workforce. And Washington State announcing a $149.5 million settlement with Johnson & Johnson concerning the opioid crisis. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Russia and Ukraine, Hamas invading Israel, Iran-backed rebels attacking ships in the region, dragging us into something that looks like war to Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville telling Fox.
Well, I don't know what else you'd call it. They're shooting at us, we're shooting at them. I guess you'd call it war. I don't know any way to put it.
Who knows if or how much fighting in the Middle East will escalate, and maybe one of these days China invades Taiwan or North Korea does more than tests a missile. A new annual report finds the United States military is not as strong as it needs to be.
Well, I think we're on the alarm side at this time. We've been tracking the status of U.S. military capabilities for 10 years now.
Dakota Wood is a Heritage Foundation senior fellow and editor of its Index of U.S. Military Strength.
And it's been a relentless downward slide. So it's half the military, it's half the size it was during the Cold War. People aren't flying and driving and shooting enough to maintain competencies. And most of the equipment that our men and women are using was purchased with 1980s money and fielded in the 1990s. So it's just small, old, and unready in a very, very difficult world that we've all been tracking in the news headlines.
That sounds suboptimal. The report points out that for everything that happens in the world, predictable or not, the condition of our military is something that we actually can control, and we're just not doing a good enough job.
Yeah, there are things that you can't control. Like, we weren't able to prevent Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. We weren't able to prevent Beijing under Xi from, flying into Taiwan airspace or Iran's nuclear program. So there are things that are outside of your control, but you have to take into account. What we can control is how much money we spend on the military, whether we buy new equipment to replace old equipment, whether we make it a noble service for people to join the military. And all those things are problematic. So the one thing that we can control, and we have a constitutional obligation to defend the country, is the one area where we just seem to be falling off the record, that we're not doing those things that secure our own future.
Well, let's talk about people and let's talk about stuff. Recruitment continues to be a problem, and one that's proving very hard, if not impossible, to remedy. Is there a way to compensate for that or reverse it?
Compensating or reversing, you do have to compete with the job market. So that's a reality. And in recognition of that, Congress voted in a little bit more than a 5% pay increase for those that are currently serving. And that's a good thing. But that's a cost then that has to be borne by the military services. So if the defense budget increase isn't increased to account for that, then that money that you're now paying more in salaries is being taken from programs, right? So the money part is part of it. But I think there's this cultural idea of whether service to country is a noble and a desired sort of thing. And then do you have a youth population that accepts that and is able to step into that role? And right now, it's been often reported 77%. So 3 out of every 4 American youth cannot join the military because of substance abuse, criminal records, mental health, physical health challenges, or obesity. So we've just got a problem culturally within our country that make it harder to get the people you need to join and serve in the military. And then when you do get them in the military, if they're using, let's say you've got a pilot and the airplane that they're flying is older than the pilot flying it. More than half of our ships are greater than 20 years old. The tank that the Army uses was introduced in the early 1990s. It's 30 years old and they don't have a plan to replace it until the year 2050. So there are just these problems across the establishment that make manning, equipping, training, and retaining your people problematic.
Is the military in general underfunded or wasteful, or is that just an irrelevant question that okay, you're going to lose whatever percentage to waste anyway?
Well, I think it's one of those realities of life, but you just don't accept that, right? So yes, there is bloated spending, there's wasted spending where the military is asked to do things that aren't really relevant to military power or national defense. And you're going to have some level of corruption, both in the government and in the, the manufacturing base. It's just the nature of people. But when you look at the totality from all the studies that have been done, the percentage of the budget lost to waste and bloated spending is a small fraction of what you actually need to be spending. And just as an example, if you compared Vietnam gear to today's gear and adjusted for inflation, a ship cost 500% or 5 times, so 500% what its Vietnam predecessor was. And so if your defense budget increases by 5%, right, the cost of the thing that you're buying just because of technology and what you need it to do is 100 times more than what would normally be accounted for inflation. And our budgets just aren't accepting that.
Yeah, of course, we don't operate in a vacuum either. The report mentions the strength of our military allies, also not good, which in turn adds to our military burden, right?
Yeah, and we should, as Americans, be righteously angry that our allies, like Germany and France and England and others, aren't doing what they should be doing as well. And so we could say, well, fine, we're just going to stay at home. But we're a global power, and we have global interests and trade and access to markets and all that. So we can't just walk away from it. And the fact is, our allies are even worse shape than we are. Just a couple of years ago, Germany had no operationally deployable submarines. In the Cold War, it had 5,000 tanks. Today, it has 300 tanks, and fewer than 100 of those actually work. The Royal Navy only has 20 surface ships, and about half of those are available on any given day. Aircraft manufacturing has declined by something like 70% in France. Great Britain can only field barely one division of land power, and that composed of 2 brigades. And the Minister of Defense in Germany said the German military cannot defend Germany itself. So when you start looking at allies, if they were strong and capable, we wouldn't need as much military power. But when they're weak and they have small forces and their populations aren't serving in uniform, then it's just incumbent upon us to take care of ourselves by fielding the capabilities we need to secure our interests.
Yeah, and the report also mentions oil. Now, look, we may not be dependent on Middle Eastern oil anymore, but the global economy still is. And, it's not in our interest. You can be isolationist about it and say, okay, we're fine, right. we're energy independent. But if your allies aren't, it's not in our interest to just let that go.
I mean, who in their right mind would want to get involved in another war in the Middle East? It's just crazy talking. But as you say, we're relatively energy independent. I think we are producing more oil now than any other country in the world. It's just a weird sort of thing because we have those resources. But Japan imports, Great Britain, Spain, Italy. I mean, all of our trading partners all get oil and energy from the Middle East. So we have a vested national security and national economic interest to make sure that this energy is available to the world.
Where does the report find our ability to protect against attacks here on U.S. soil? How much does not being in Afghanistan, for example, hurt in that regard in terms of intelligence and not being able to take out guys who might mean us harm?
Yeah, so that's the thing. We had a very small number of people in Afghanistan for the few years before we were, pulled out by the Biden administration a few years ago. It was advise and assist. But what it also gave us was a geographic position to collect intelligence on Iran, on Pakistan, on China, on some of the Central Asian republics. And when you take out your intelligence component that was part of that military presence, you're basically blind. You can think that maybe you get something from some kind of an air-breathing surveillance platform or from space, but it's nowhere near as good about being tactically on the ground. And that's just an example. When you have a reduced presence in Europe, reduced presence in Africa and the Middle East, your awareness of the world is degraded to the point where these surprises can pop up and you find actual threats against the homeland or even inside of the homeland. This is something like how 9/11 happened. So it's not interventionist, it's not world policemen, it's not us trying to get involved in everybody's affairs. We're actually securing America's interests and not have the world dictate to us what our conditions are in the spaces we operate in.
Does the report get into what the next hot war might be? I know this is sort of a backward-looking report and not a forward-looking report, but is Iran going to be such a problem that it needs to be dealt with more directly and not on the margins, like bombing Houthis?
Yeah, the report is a report card on the existing military. It doesn't say what will happen in the 2030s, but you can see these trends. Right now, Iran has enough enriched uranium at 60% that in 30 days it could have a half dozen nuclear bombs. Jumping from 60% to 90% technologically is not hard at all. It has the ability to do that. And you've had trace elements detected at 83.7. So it clearly is the case. Iran is near nuclear. It has the missile capabilities to do that. If you have a nuclear-armed Iran, how much more aggressive would it be in supporting its proxies, the various terrorist elements, presenting an even greater threat to Israel? Does that then prompt Israel to try to attack Iran before it can get that capability, right? So this idea that you can deter bad behavior purely through diplomacy or economic incentives has just proven wrong, time and again. And Iran is a case of this, right? You also have Russia invading Ukraine for the last 2 years, and you've got China that's being very aggressive against Taiwan, and North Korea, clearly a nuclear power that nobody wants to mess with. So it's just a very disordered world, and you have to have not just the willingness, but the capability, which is military power. And your opponents, the people you're wanting to deter, have to believe that that military power is effective and that you would actually use that if it gets to that particular level. And I think all of that has been damaged over the last 6 or 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody who is not in a military or world affairs think tank, it certainly seems like the world is going to become a more and not less complicated and dangerous place over the next few years. I mean, 100-year-old borders are going down in some cases, or could be soon. What happens if all hell just breaks loose and the Middle East escalates and Russia defeats Ukraine and China invades Taiwan? At some point, do you just have to abandon some priorities and say, we can only do so much?
Yeah, the vast majority of the federal budget goes to non-discretionary spending. That means, required spending like Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and servicing the national debt. So the larger the debt gets, the more money you spend on interest. And right now we're spending as much on that as we are on the defense budget, right? So these other things don't secure the country, but they are very popular. So if all these things end up going wrong, our military is half the size it was, and it would be unable to deal with that chaos. It would take a long time to build back up, and at that point, the problem proceeds into the rearview mirror, and we just have to deal with that new world. So our assessment of the U.S. military has been in a weak condition, means that it is very, very questionable whether or not our military would be able to prevail in one war, much less handle anything anywhere else in the world.
Dakota Wood, formerly a very smart United States Marine, now a Heritage Foundation senior research fellow, the editor and originator, right, of this of the Heritage Foundation's Index of U.S. Military Strength. Dakota, thanks a lot. I learned a lot. It's good talking to you.
Absolutely. Take care.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. An Alabama death row inmate facing the first ever nitrogen gas execution today. Kenneth Eugene Smith condemned for the 1988 murder for hire of a pastor's wife. U.S. Appeals Court ruled Wednesday the state can proceed because it doesn't violate the constitutional ban on unusual punishment. And the Biden administration calling on the Supreme Court to continue to keep a widely used abortion pill accessible.
The Justice Department, along with Danco Laboratories, which makes mifepristone, filed documents with the High Court. Both want the justices to reverse a lower court ruling that would limit the availability of mifepristone. Anti-abortion groups sued in 2022, saying safety was not fully considered during FDA testing.
Fox's Gernal Scott reporting. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh is returning to the NFL, becoming the next head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. Harbaugh led his alma mater to a national championship this season, but now will head back to the West Coast. He previously coached the San Francisco 49ers for 4 seasons, making the playoffs 3 times and making 1 Super Bowl appearance during his tenure. In other news, 5 NHL players who were on Canada's 2018 World Junior team have been asked to surrender to police in Ontario after a lawsuit alleged that a woman was sexually assaulted by members of the team in a hotel room. The players have been placed on leave by their respective teams. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
First overall pick versus last overall pick in a quarterback matchup. This is set up now for the quarterback who everyone loved as the #1 overall pick, but then fell out of love with. It got shipped off to Siberia of the NFL, which is Detroit, Michigan, versus the quarterback that coming out of college, no one thought anything of. But Kyle Shanahan saw enough to think, hey, we'll take a flyer on this guy. And if one of our top picks, Trey Lance, doesn't work out, we'll give him an opportunity. He's done the most of that opportunity. And here's an opportunity for one of these guys to get to their first Super Bowl. And for Detroit's side of this, their first Super Bowl ever. It's a great story of that matchup of these two guys. It's everything you want in a QB matchup. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
Time to drive into the new year with a new ride from Hessert Chevrolet. We're Philly's largest Chevy dealership, and that means we've got what you want and sell it at the lowest price in town. You'll find hundreds of new vehicles on the lot right now, not to mention an incredible selection of only the best, fully inspected, certified pre-owned vehicles too. Hessert is easy to find on Roosevelt Boulevard, just minutes from the Tacony Bridge in downtown Philly.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Online at HessertChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Joe Concha.
What's on your mind?
Hi, everybody. I'm Joe Concha. It was the matchup Nikki Haley has wanted from day one. No Ron DeSantis, no Vivek Ramaswamy, no Tim Scott or Mike Pence, no pretenders like Chris Christie or Asa Hutchinson or Doug Burgum. just mano-a-mano with Donald Trump, to give New Hampshire voters a binary choice instead of splitting the pie into many pieces, which has always favored Donald Trump as far back as 2016. But as the vote tallies came in on Tuesday night, the outcome wasn't what Haley had hoped for, despite what you may be hearing from her camp and from the media. It's not even close, as a matter of fact, because when all was said and done in the Granite State, this looked more like a Tyson fight in his heavyweight heyday. Trump 54, Haley 43. That's an 11-point spread. This follows Iowa, where Nikki Haley lost by, checks notes, 32 points. So it's virtually impossible to see a road forward for Haley, Trump's one-time UN ambassador, to win this nomination. New Hampshire was supposed to be a launching pad to show the country that Trump could be beaten, even if that meant relying on non-Republicans who were eligible to vote in this state's primary. But as Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio and Rand Paul and John Kasich and Jeb and Scott Walker and DeSantis all discovered, more than enough Republican voters don't even refer to themselves as Republicans anymore. It's Trump's MAGA tent now. Even if candidates like DeSantis or Haley are almost identical to Trump when it comes to taxes and crime and immigration and education and energy and trade, the results in 2016 and now so far in 2024 show that Trumpism cannot be applied to other candidates, no matter how similar they may be on the issues. In the end, Donald Trump is now 2-0. He's won by double digits both times, and Nikki Haley refuses to leave. She really should, for the good of the party and ultimately the country.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We like to think of Philo as the future of television, a future where you don't get charged extra for features like unlimited recording or watching on multiple screens. A future without long contracts or constant price increases. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their price go up in over 5 years. A future without having to wait on hold for hours just to talk to a customer service representative. At Philo, anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in under a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Hopefully you'll never have to call, because in our version of the TV future, everything just works. With more than 70 channels, plus thousands of hours of content on demand, there's something for everyone to love. So why wait to experience the future of television? Signing up for a free trial takes seconds. Just head over to philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You gotta laugh. Join me, Parks Casino Club 360, for another comedy night. A chance to laugh with Joe Conklin and MC Mike Baldini. Thursday, February 1st, 8 p.m., Club 360 at Parks Casino. Enjoy great comedy with Tyler Mason and Tracy Locke. Tickets are just $20 and include your first drink. Doors open at 7 o'clock. Go to parkscasino.com/comedy. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'll see you there on Thursday, February 1st.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera.
Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, January 25th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram. The radio station at 1210 WPHT. I'm at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzel with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Get your popcorn ready. We got a gem of a program coming up today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Rainy out there. Sloppy.
Sloppy and foggy.
But at least it's warm.
This is true.
Snow melting, ice melting. Get off my lawn. Said get off my lawn guy. Gregory, how are you?
One day I would just like to come in here and everything would be working. The computer next to me, not working. So, I have no camera on me right now. This is radio, people! That's where I play all my audio. So, we're good. No, everything's good. That clock that's in front of you has not been working for 6 months.
You're right.
I can't.
It's like it blew a bulb. Like you could see it faintly in the background, but it's not bright, which is why I don't hit brakes on time. See, there's my built-in excuse.
There you go.
The clock has been broke for 2 years. There you go.
Been broke?
Been broke? Been broken? This is going to be a program, folks. If Stocker's got this kind of bounce at 6:03, let's go.
I want to hit something. I just want to throw something and curse. Can I do that, please?
So does Greg Abbott. A lot of Gregs are angry right now. We will get to that this morning as Greg Abbott and a coalition of GOP governors have said enough at the border. We will also get to a battle in the media between, not my words, somebody else's, Milquetoast McEnany and Maddow, both going after Donald Trump. So Trump's getting friendly fire and counter fire. We'll get to that as we continue. No Quit Nikki. He's got all sorts of money coming up, all sorts of fundraisers in the next month. Hillary and Barbie, CNN and Jon Stewart, all sorts of stuff today. And a big take on all of the issues against one issue. That's coming up in a little bit. But before all of that, let's get to the news. I got to imagine Dawn Stenzel's in a better mood than Greg Stocker is this morning. So let's find out. Let's find out. Yeah,
Can I get an engineer in here, please?
You just play with your buttons in there. And
is Anthony here yet? I mean, it's 6:04.
He'll be here at 8:30.
Oh, my God.
It's raining
97 producers here. I need an engineer here now.
This program's got more producers than Colbert and Fallon and Kimmel. And everything's broke. But not Dawn Stenzel. She's the Emmy Award-winning journalist of the program.
Yes, sir.
And she's got the news at 6:05.
The news and then Nick's great big take. It's all here. The gang's all here. And it's January 25th. Yes, a rainy but warm, wet morning. So let's not forget the warmth in the forecast. And I'll tell you how hot it's actually going to get in our forecast this morning. So let's take you to what's going on right now as U.S. Marshals, as well as Philadelphia police, are searching for a murder suspect. This is 17-year-old Shane Pryor in custody for a 2020 murder. That's the accusation against him. He's accused of fatally shooting a woman in a Holmesburg alley, and this was in 2020. Just last month, The courts found that he should, in fact, be tried as an adult. And now authorities think perhaps that was his motivation for looking for a way to escape. So here's what we know. He had said that he had injured his hand, and so ultimately he was in custody in a juvenile center, but since he was 14 years old, I may add. However, he was going to be transferred apparently to an adult facility as he was facing this murder trial to be tried as an adult. So these two staffers from the Juvenile Justice Center were escorting him. He was not handcuffed. He was not yet inside Children's Hospital of Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
So you think you're having a bad day, Greg Stocker? Imagine you're one of these escorts with an unhandcuffed accused killer who's considered dangerous.
Yep.
And what does he do?
Not handcuffed.
When I worked briefly in the juvenile detention center up in Northampton County, we took people from juvie to adult courts or to hospitals or social services, and no, they are not handcuffed. They are not. So this is I can relate to this 100%.
So even though they had found weeks ago in the courts that he would be tried as an adult, and that's why we're naming him, because normally we don't even name juvenile suspects.
Right.
They would still technically, he would still be in CJC, it'd still be in the juvenile center, and they still would not handcuff him.
And now you said he was 14 in 2020 when he allegedly committed this. Okay.
Yes. So, so he takes off. He gets away from them. He takes off. He was last seen heading from the area of 34th and Spruce Streets to University Avenue and then Civic Center Boulevard. That's according to authorities. So they are out in full force trying to find him. They say that they don't believe he's armed or has access to a firearm. He is, however, considered dangerous. His parents have made a plea. His defense attorney, court-appointed defense attorney, came out and said that, yes, they were going to go to trial, but they feel that he had a good case, that he did not do this, and please just turn yourself in, because just because you're facing trial does not, in fact, mean that you will be convicted.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of pleas for him. Just turn yourself in.
Boy, we've had a handful of people that have escaped in the last calendar year.
I know, right?
We go back to Chester County with our buddy in the Eagles hoodie.
And you know what? As far as Cavalcante is concerned,
Yep.
Who you're referring to, number one, we don't have confirmation that the guy whose Eagles hoodie was stolen ever really got a new one. Remember that.
More
so
lies from politicians.
We need a follow-up on that.
I'm calling Shapiro's office at 10:02 this morning. Where's
those
that
things
hoodie?
are expensive. Even now that they're on sale, they're still expensive.
Exactly.
Number two, I just will remind you that and you know this if you're in Chester County, right now they don't have any more snow days or rain, anything that happens that's built into the calendar because of that escapee that happened, they're out of days. So anything now moving forward, for example, because of last week's snow, they would have to extend the school year.
Have to make it up.
Because of that.
That's the worst.
So to add insult to injury, I know the community members not happy with that. All right, we have volunteers canvassing across the city of Philadelphia, across the suburbs, whether it's Montgomery County, across the nation. Why? Why are they doing that? It's an effort to count the homeless population. So this is a real event that happens every single year. I believe that the count ended within the past 2 hours as these volunteers are out and about canvassing the streets to try to get a point-in-time count, as they call it. And this is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development requires the count, which helps local officials make informed decisions on budgeting as well as advocacy for a part of the community that is in need, the unsheltered or unhoused, as it's, well, I guess we're not supposed to say homeless.
Right, yeah, that's offensive these days. We changed that one out, too.
Yes.
So, basically, they canvass the entire city to get as accurate of a count as possible?
And they're mostly volunteers who donate their time, and they're here making this count. That according to the Philadelphia's managing director. So I guess there are some individuals who perhaps oversee things, like Adam Thiel, who used to obviously work for the fire department, now is with Philadelphia's managing director, was hired under the Sherrell Parker administration. But I know that the volunteers had gathered in Love Park last night, and then they fan out and they try to find people living on the streets and in shelters. And And they're volunteers.
Kudos to those people that actually have the guts to do that. But as a volunteer walking around Philadelphia at night, going up to people and basically, I'm assuming, I don't know how else it's not like people that are homeless walk around with a sign on their shirt saying, "Hi, my name is homeless." I mean, you have to approach these people. And that's I would say, relatively dangerous to do. You don't know what this person's on, what type of weapon this person might have, what mental state they might be in. Wow.
The only advice, I'm being serious, I'm not being facetious.
Yeah.
When we come in the morning, and for those who work in the early mornings, there's something going on where they're moving, and so a lot of times you might not notice them until about 4:35 a.m. ish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you notice that?
Yes.
Because under the underpasses,
right,
all of a sudden they start moving about and getting up and getting on their way. So maybe extend it until 6 or 7.
Yeah, till the sun comes up.
So ultimately, it matters because they base the numbers on how much money everybody gets. So we got that going on. Amazon owned Ring, and I have a Ring doorbell and the whole Ring system. They're going to stop allowing police departments to request doorbell camera footage from users, marking an end to a feature that has drawn criticism from privacy advocates. So Ring announced this, saying they're going to sunset the, quote, request for assistance tool, which allows police departments as well as other public safety agencies to request and receive the video captured by the doorbell cameras through Ring's Neighbors app. So the company's not providing the reason for the change. I know that it's been controversial. And so the head of their neighborhood groups and privacy groups and so on and so forth, so they've said that they will still be able to make public posts in the Neighbors app, but police and other agencies can also still use the app to share helpful safety tips, updates, and community events. But they're saying that they're putting a restriction on this, and they say that Ring has been doing this for, involving the police activity on the Neighbors app following concerns raised by all these privacy watchdogs.
Okay.
That cops or law enforcement people, members are on the Neighbors app.
Oh, I would like to think that police can still, when, maybe a crime occurs that a Ring doorbell could capture, would still have access to that footage. That would be my only question or concern.
Yeah, I think that if you're on the Neighbors app, you've signed off on it, right? Like I have it, but I have to enter it.
Mm-hmm.
I have to enter my information. I have to voluntarily, if I want to put stuff.
Oh.
And one time I tried to put this huge spider that set off the Ring doorbell, and I put nice legs. And it was this huge spider. It was creepy. And I got in trouble. They said that's not funny and don't put that on there.
Okay.
So they do monitor it.
All right.
I thought it was kind of cool that a spider could actually set off your Ring doorbell.
Absolutely.
So in any event, it's a privacy issue. They obviously can still subpoena if there's they catch a murder.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Yeah, and that's what you're alluding to. I will say before the Flyers are at Detroit this evening, and I bring up the Flyers because we do have a kind of a surprising situation that has developed as we've learned that one of our Philadelphia Flyers is now on an indefinite, and starters is on some kind of an indefinite leave. And this is Carter Hart, who's obviously a famous Flyer, a starter. There's an indefinite leave of absence that he had requested earlier this week. So what we know is that there was a case stemming back from when he was actually a junior player from 2018, some kind of a sex assault allegation against multiple professional hockey players.
Yeah, there's like 7 of them, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
some
he's
players from the New Jersey Devils and the Carter Hart, and yeah.
So he's on some kind of an indefinite leave of absence. And this dates back, I'll just point out to you, from 6 years ago.
All right.
So we have that one going on. By the way, City Council, Philadelphia City Council meets today. This is January 25th. Meeting today for the first City Council session of the new year, January 25th.
I would say there's a lot of issues on the table to address today.
Indeed. So we have the all-important forecast that I'll just bring to you really quickly here because heavy rain throughout the day, but we are mild. So for the next few days, it feels much more like spring than the middle of winter, the dead of winter. 48 degrees right now. Showers, it feels like 48, so there's no real wind here. But the point I'm going to make to you is that there is heavy fog and limited visibility. So there are some warnings about that. Be safe as you head out. The high today, 52 degrees for your today. Tomorrow, 57 degrees. That rain and fog continue for the morning when we come in early, and if you're an early commuter. However, we will clear out by tomorrow, Friday afternoon, for a lovely, and the sun is expected to come out, 57 degrees. And there are some models saying 60 degrees if you're in South Jersey, for example. So Friday, tomorrow looks lovely. Saturday, 51 degrees. We dry out and in the low 50s, but sunny skies, no precipitation. Sunday, we drop back down to 43, some precipitation in the forecast. So enjoy this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon, as we will have spring-like temperatures in January. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16 on this Thursday morning. Time for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Budget Blinds. The Big Take, one versus all. We all know that the 2024 Republican primary nominee is going to be Donald J. Trump. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. And we are all waiting on Nikki Haley to officially suspend her campaign, endorse Donald Trump, and then it's general election season for the GOP. At this moment in time, it appears that Joe Biden will be the nominee for the Democrats. Personally, I think he gets replaced this summer at the convention, but there's a chance he stays in the race in hopes of winning and then never completes his second term, cites health or family concerns, and steps aside. But the 2024 presidential election, it's not necessarily about Donald Trump and or Joe Biden. Sure, of course, it is in name and theory and to some extent, but it's not even really about Democrats versus Republicans. It's about all the issues that matter to Americans that, frankly, favor Republican policies and Donald Trump against the one massive elephant in the room that hurts Republicans and could very well lift the Democrats to victory and maintain power and control of the White House. We are talking about abortion. That's what we're talking about. If you were to rank all of the most pressing issues in this country and then ask whose policies worked better and would fix the solution, it would be Donald Trump in a complete and total landslide. Yet it might not matter. The economy, advantage Trump. Inflation, advantage Trump. Energy prices, advantage Trump. Drill, baby, drill. The border and immigration, advantage Trump. Crime, law and order, advantage Trump. Peace, no wars, advantage Trump. If we stopped right there, you would say, wow, this should be a blowout. But it's not, and it won't be. Why? Because of abortion. It's the giant elephant in the room. The top two issues in America right now are immigration and the border, which has risen to the number one issue in both Iowa and New Hampshire, followed by the economy at a close second. But the top concern for Republicans should actually be women. Single, career-oriented, millennial women who don't have kids, that are livid over what happened to Roe v. Wade, who despise the conservative justices on the Supreme Court, and who absolutely hate Donald Trump. And they will put their feelings over facts, and they will be out in full force this November. You can take that to the bank. Democrats aren't re-electing Joe Biden. Liberal and progressive women are rallying behind abortion messages, from Hillary Clinton to Kamala Harris to now even First Lady Jill Biden. According to media reports, President Biden has made it abundantly clear that he will make reproductive rights a major campaign issue in his re-election bid. And First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will have a woman directly affected by the end of Roe v. Wade as her guest coming up at the State of the Union. And sure, Joe can sell fear, threats to democracy, day one dictator, but the reality is this. It's not about those D words. It's about the one A word. Here's a quote from Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday. Quote, on Sunday, the president and the first lady spoke to Kate Cox, who was forced to go to court to seek permission for the care she needed for a non-viable pregnancy that threatened her life. They thanked her for her courage in sharing her story and speaking out about the impact of the extreme abortion ban in Texas. The First Lady invited Kate to join her as a guest at the State of the Union, and Kate accepted. So those are ways that you're going to hear the president lift up those very personal stories. End quote. That was the binder, KJP. For those unaware of the story, Cox found herself in a legal battle. I'm reading this from the Associated Press, by the way. Cox found herself in a legal battle with the Texas state government when she found out her 20-week pregnancy was no longer viable, and it could affect her ability to have children in the future. But the doctors who recommended that she terminate the pregnancy were threatened with prosecution by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton if they performed the procedure. Cox sued the state and was granted permission to get the procedure by a district court. But then the state Supreme Court stepped in and paused the ruling, ultimately ruling against Cox after she went to an undisclosed state to end her pregnancy. Part of Biden's strategy is to remind voters that former President Trump not only appointed the Supreme Court justices who were responsible for overturning Roe v. Wade, but that he was proud to have ended the right to an abortion that was in place for almost 50 years. End quote. That is the Associated Press. Now, Cox is actually appearing in one of the Biden administration's new campaign ads for 2024. Listen and watch this.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I'm proud to have done it.
The state Supreme Court ruled against the pregnant woman who had sought an emergency medical exception to the state's abortion ban.
And I'm proud to have done it.
A woman in Ohio who had a miscarriage has now been charged with a crime.
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
I cannot adequately put into words the trauma and despair that comes with waiting to either lose your own life, your child's life, or both.
If it weren't for me with Roe v. Wade, you wouldn't even be talking about this.
That is from the Biden-Harris administration, that video coming out 2 days ago. And it might not be what you want to hear, but it is something that you need to hear. Republicans better get their messaging right about this topic because they have gone 0-4 in every election where this was on the table since the summer of 2022. Facts aren't enough. The border, the economy, wars, crime, energy, all valid. Not enough. It's a numbers game, one that does not benefit the GOP. And the blueprint should be simple. Rally around Trump, get your messaging right on abortion, and hope that national security at the southern border, the economy and inflation, as well as energy, can topple democracy, dictatorship, and abortion. If not, it's curtains for the GOP in razor-thin elections in battleground states where independents could make up the result. It's curtains for the control and the soul of America until further notice. Don't matter if you like what I'm saying or not. It's cold, hard facts. And now that Dr. Jill's involved, you can take it to the bank for the next 10 months. They are going to drill that message home. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by Budget Blinds. BudgetBlinds.com is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultations, and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Ask about their exclusive inspired collection online at BudgetBlinds.com. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to that, and then also we've got some stuff at the border that is very fascinating. Greg Abbott is doubling down. I absolutely love it. And also a handful of Republican governors falling in line with Greg Abbott. We'll break that down as we continue on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. We were just out at Mike Piazza Honda yesterday in Langhorne, a fantastic afternoon. And Piazza Premium Automobiles, They want to wish everybody a happy 2024. Piazza excited because they're expanding, and they are welcoming in 2 new members of their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of Mainline, both located on Lancaster Avenue, and you're going to receive the same first-class customer experience that you have come to expect from the Piazza Premium Automobiles family for all of these years. You can find your new or certified pre-owned today. We're talking Infiniti, Maserati, or other luxury brands, Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. Check them out online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
Tailgating and watching the birds go hand in hand. And when it comes to tailgating, is there anything better than tailgating with Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world? I don't think so. And now Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can, ready to drink at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Jack and Coke, born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's at Old Number 7, a registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Reed Blankenship from the Philadelphia Eagles here. Taking care of my health so I can perform on the field is my top priority. That includes my oral health, so I turn to the Doodat Dental Group, official dentist of the Eagles, for all my dental care. Dr. D and his team ensure I have great oral health, a confident smile, and also screen me for oral cancer. Whether it's general dentistry, robotic implants, or something in between, the Doodat Dental Group plays every position on the field. Smile like the birds. Go to PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
This Saturday from 9 to 11 a.m., it's the Gerhard's Appliance Warehouse Sale in Ambler, PA, 915 North Bethlehem Pike. Open box, floor models, special buys, up to 70% off. LG, Bosch, Samsung, GE, Thermador, Whirlpool, and more. First come, first serve, with no reasonable offers refused. Everything must go. Take with or schedule delivery. To learn more, visit GerhardsAppliance.com. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal.
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Did you give up on your New Year's resolution already? If you reach out to NJ Diet, they will help you lose the weight the safe and natural way. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month. a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey, Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years? What? And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh, right. It's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 6:31. Hopefully all of you off to a great start to your Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Coming up in just a little bit, Kayleigh McEnany with some advice to Trump that Trump didn't want to hear about. I thought it was very interesting. We will get to that. Also, the cut sheet is absolutely loaded today. And I love what all these Republican governors are doing and joining the battle with Texas Governor Greg Abbott. We'll get to that coming up in just a couple of minutes. But I do think the abortion story is something that people really need to wrap their heads around and not have your head in the sand when it comes to this issue. I was listening to a handful of national talking heads yesterday, both on television and radio, and so many people were saying that if you double down on the border and immigration, it will be Trump in a landslide victory. I think that's accurate and true if Roe v. Wade being overturned never happens. But the fact that that was overturned is a game changer. And then the news yesterday, as Karine Jean-Pierre was at the podium, and this went viral with, her video and audio clip and, outlets across the country writing about this, that the lady Kate Cox that I referenced from Texas in the Big Take is going to be at the State of the Union on Thursday, March 7th, which doesn't it feel a little late for the State of the Union? Isn't that usually a February thing? But it'll be 2 days after Super Tuesday, which is March 5th. It'll be Thursday, March 7th. And I think that will absolutely resonate. And when you look at all of the math, and here's the question I have for everybody. Here's the political math question, this little equation that we need to solve. We know that Democrats can win elections because they have a media advantage, right? 7-1, 8-1 networks in their favor versus, conservative media. We know that maybe they have a registered voter advantage. They use mail-in ballots. Big tech is biased towards the left. All of that, right? We get that. But here's the question. Can the GOP flip the script with math based on simply, hey, all of the issues are in our favor except for abortion, immigration, border, crime, the economy, inflation, energy, on down the list. Everything says Trump, 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 Trump. It's not only a proven fact based on 2017 through 2020, but it is also a proven fact 2021, 2022, 2023. You put them on a scale, and it's a major advantage, Donald Trump. But the Democrats have that A word, and they are using it. And when I saw that story yesterday, Greg and Dawn, that Jill Biden's bringing Kate Cox to the State of the Union, that's going to be like their poster moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's going to be the moment where they're like, hey, we've got the ace up our sleeve. And right here, there's a lot of people that feel the same way as Kate Cox. And, I don't even know that MAGA Republicans, if we separate MAGA Republicans from just rock solid hardcore conservatives, I'm not even sure that MAGA Republicans unanimously are pro-lifers. I think they just care about the economy and the border first and foremost. But I just think this is going to be an issue that there's just no way to get around it unless you get very creative and you're willing to figure out a solution. Because if you just keep fighting the same old fight, Dawn, you would know better than me. You're a female. This is definitely a female issue. I can only say so much. Men can only say so much. Females have jumped on this, and it could be the dagger. It really could.
Yeah, especially if, to your point, if they put this somehow on a ballot. So we keep hearing them say, abortion is not going to be an issue. And we keep hearing that talking point over and over. But I know that they met on Monday, for example, here in Pennsylvania. We had talked about it, and I reported on it in the news that, Roe v. Wade, it's the anniversary. And this was just Monday of this week where they all met. They were talking about it, and they're talking about how to ensure in Pennsylvania, because it's legal here until through your first 2 trimesters. In other words, until you're 6 months pregnant, abortion is legal. They actually have it. They say 23 weeks and 6 days.
So once you get to that 24th week.
Once you hit the 24th week, then there are, then a whole set of restrictions come into play and so on and so forth. So ultimately, though, they've been meeting, and my fear is that they're going to try to do what Ohio did, last time around in the primary, which when it was on the ballot in Ohio, you had some really strong candidates. I just interviewed one of them, and they lost. Everybody lost in Ohio. It was tough because abortion was physically on the ballot. So if they figure out, especially in swing states like Pennsylvania, which is what I suspect and what I'm hearing, they're trying to figure something out to make it so that something about, with regard to abortion is so-called on the ballot. People believe that. Then if they can convince people in swing states like Pennsylvania, then that's what they have. Because to your point, Nick, they don't have the every other issue, the economy.
There's
the border,
nothing they can argue.
The opioid crisis.
Yeah. Nothing.
Yeah.
And that's why their campaign message through 25 days, and when we go back to Joe in Bluebell, or you go to Joe in Allentown, or anytime he's come to Pennsylvania in general, or anything else, whether it's Kamala, short of her abortion tour, anytime any of these key figures are coming out, all we're hearing about is threat to democracy, and Joe raises his voice. You take the day one dictator comment from Trump. They are grasping at straws for little sound bites and portions of a statement out of context because they have nothing else other than abortion. And, we sit here and we've asked the question, can the Biden administration just do the same thing they did in 2020, keep Joe in a basement, run it back with the same game plan and the same playbook? And there's a strong part of me that says for the most part, no, they can't. But remember, in 2020, they didn't have Roe v. Wade in their favor. Now it's in their favor after the summer of 2022, which I think probably, if you think about it, was a significant factor in the red wave for the midterms of 2022, never materializing the way many people thought it would. 4 or 5 months before that, you had Supreme Court sending this back and making it a state issue, which, look, there's plenty of people that can argue eloquently that, making it a state's issue is not the end of the world. But from an election standpoint, a messaging standpoint, and we know how emotional Democrats are. A lot of times, especially the ones that really hate Donald Trump, they don't look at the facts. They don't care about the fact that, inflation was up 7.5%, 8%, 9%. They don't care that gas is $3.89 a gallon or whatever it was 6 months ago. They just want to, and they're not even sold on Biden. They don't like Joe Biden. They don't rally behind Biden. They rally behind voting against the guy he's running against. That's the crazy part of all of this. But then you have the abortion issue. And I've got this story in front of me, another publication, The Hill, with another piece on Kamala Harris for 2024 and her, abortion tour that she's on. They have a quote here, quote, Donald Trump is the reason that more than 1 in 3 American women of reproductive age, quote, don't have the freedom to make their own health care decisions. Now, he and MAGA Republicans are running to go even further if they retake the White House. Don't matter if that statement's factual or incorrect or taken out of context. Those types of statements that get plastered on social media or campaign ads that are seen by those on the left, especially the women that are referenced in that quote, that's all they see, triggers an emotion, and they'll be out in November. So that's pretty much where we're at. So I saw that story yesterday from Jill Biden, and I thought that was worth bringing up here this morning.
Absolutely. It's in play here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
As we had laws that were sparked by a horrible abortion doctor case back in 2011, where essentially the centers that perform the most so-called invasive kinds of surgical abortions, and so the laws in Pennsylvania are that you have to be at a higher level, higher threshold. It was because of a horrible case here that made national news. I won't go into it, but ultimately that's why they created these laws to say, look, if this is a center where there's an operation, you have to have the same standards as any surgical center. That's one of the so-called TRAP law. That's one of the laws that they're going after that was put in place in a bipartisan way because everybody agreed what happened here was horrifying. So ultimately, that's the kind of thing they're going after. But these are Democrats, and Tariq Khan is one from our area that's pushing for this.
Yep.
But to your point, Nick, absolutely, this is in play, and they will continue to keep this in the headlines. Watch the Philadelphia Inquirer. Every day they're talking about these issues for a reason.
Yep, no doubt about it. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Coming up next, 6 governors join in with Governor Greg Abbott from Texas to join the fight, the right to self-defense from the migrant invasion as the feud with the Biden administration gets cranked up even hotter. We'll get into this and why I absolutely love it and why I think there's more to come in following Greg Abbott. We'll do that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ring in 2024 with up to 10% off on new Grand Cherokees and Wranglers. Save up to 15% on new Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 250 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, this is John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Start 2024 by building stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Said we try loving.
646. Welcome back in. Kayal Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 in just a little bit. What's on the cut sheet 1 hour from now. 855-839-1210 to jump in on the conversation. As people keep on jumping into this country with very little resistance or pushback from the Biden administration. We gave you the story 2 days ago about how the Supreme Court of the United States ruled in favor of the Biden administration 5-4, including a few conservative justices, with this battle at the border with Texas and Governor Greg Abbott. But GOP governors are not going out quietly. In fact, they are rallying behind Greg Abbott, and I absolutely love this. Look, the reality is this. The Biden administration is clearly telling you, we don't value your safety, your security. This is a national security issue. Unlike Alejandro Mayorkas, many people, including yours truly, will absolutely say that this is a crisis. But I got to give Greg Abbott a lot of credit for continuing this fight. You know, when we think about GOP governors and certain Republican leaders and what they're kind of known for, like their brand, you know, DeSantis is more of a culture wars guy, schools, education, maybe, you know, to his demise, he put too much stock in that basket, so to speak. But Greg Abbott is one of these, you know, border warriors, and he should be, right? Because Texas is a massive border state. But they're all rallying behind Greg Abbott now. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, Oklahoma's Kevin Stitt, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, Montana Governor Greg Gianforte, all announcing that they stand with Texas and Governor Greg Abbott in this border dispute with the federal government. And I think this is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out, because Greg Abbott is touting this right to, quote, self-defense from a migrant invasion at the southern border as his state is fighting a multi-pronged battle with the Biden administration. Very good story on foxnews.com, and there's a couple of quotes coming out of the state of Texas. They said, quote, the federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states themselves. The executive branch of the United States has a constitutional duty to enforce federal laws protecting states, including immigration laws that are on the books right now. And President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and has even violated them. Abbott currently fighting multiple legal battles with the administration. By the way, did you guys see or hear the AI bit that Opelka and Zeoli did yesterday?
No, I missed it.
I don't know. Maybe we could play this on the cut sheet an hour from now at 7:45. But you have Zeoli with his voice altered. And he put out a tweet basically saying Zeoli and Opelka, the law office of moron and moron. And they're making a little parody bit on themselves. And it's you ever heard those those attorney commercials?
Yes.
Have you been hurt by this product? If so, you might be entitled to compensation.
Yes.
So you hear Zeoli, and I don't know if Opelka's voice, I don't think Opelka's voice is on it. So I think he just did all like the digital enhancement of it. And you hear Zeoli talking about it. It sounds like a legal ad that you would see like on a commercial,
Yes.
like on Fox.
Yes.
Hysterical.
Here at Smith & Smith, we
Yes.
care about you, your wife, your ex-wife.
Did you have an allergic reaction to razor wire? If so, call. It's hilarious. I retweeted it. It's on Zeoli's timeline as well. But this is such a battle right now because basically what we have here is an agenda from the Biden administration, a refusal to admit it's broken from Puppet Mayorkas. And Greg Abbott has basically become the de facto defender of the United States of America by doing everything that he can, sending out his guys. And he's, installing razor wire. He wants buoys in the water in the Rio Grande. Like the whole bit is going on here. And I just want to applaud Greg Abbott. As much as I'm willing to admit that abortion could be a losing issue for the GOP, Greg Abbott has done a tremendous job, regardless of whether the he's defying the highest court in the land here. And you could sit here and say, well, it's political, whatever it is. If it leads to more safety and security for American citizens, that's ultimately what I care about. So I think you're going to see more Republicans. I gave you the 6 governors that have joined in. There are probably others. You go through Louisiana and any other portion of the Southeast or Southwest that's affected by this. I wouldn't be surprised if a Democrat jumps in. We've seen guys like Eric Adams talking about how broken the border is and, hey, the Biden administration is leaving us out to dry as a sanctuary city. I really think that this could be now the number one issue in this country in favor of Republicans moving forward.
Yeah, and think about it in New York, for example, and that's why I do believe, even though it's Long Island, this special election upcoming within the next couple of weeks, I do think that could possibly be a bellwether if everybody comes out for the Republican candidate and the Republican candidate, I don't know how they found, it's almost like she's created by an AI computer model. You couldn't find somebody who is so perfect for this special election. But I will say that, these Democrats are in a pickle of a spot because because they're Democrats. They understand that Biden is up for re-election. Their cities are just a hot mess. And to your point, I mean, kudos to Greg Abbott. I don't think people fully realize and give him the credit that he deserves because he realized that if he could take the problem that they were feeling front and center to the media mecca that is New York and put it front and center. And remember, he was taking those buses right up to Fox News or CNN, right up to people's doorsteps so that it was in their face.
Yep. And think about this, too, as we wrap this up. New Hampshire's not a border state, obviously. You don't need to look at a map to realize New Hampshire's not a border state. But New Hampshire, way up in the top right of the map, right? They even have said immigration is a bigger issue right now in this country than the economy. That speaks volumes, I think. We saw that in Iowa, but the trend continues to New Hampshire. We'll see in South Carolina. Will they go border over economy as well as the number one issue for Republican voters? We will find out. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then we have media wars against Donald Trump from the left and the right. We're back after this. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
Does social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone? Well, if so, you're not alone. Pure Talk, my wireless company, a veteran-owned company, they know the silent majority's fed up. And by the way, I'm calling on those Americans to stand with a company that champions your values. Those of you who have always had your neighbor's back, those of you that believe in pulling yourselves up by your bootstraps, those that realize a little bit of elbow grease can fix just about anything. Well, it's time to join the masses who have fled their old wireless company for something better. The exact same cell towers, same 5G network, and you save a fortune with Pure Talk. Now, by the way, they offer all of this at about half the price of the other guys, and with unlimited plans starting at only $20 a month. Yeah, the average family saving close to $1,000 a year for the exact same service. Now, our friends at Pure Talk, this veteran-owned company, it's simple to make the switch. They make it simple, fast, and easy. Dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE NOW from our friends at Pure Talk.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
There's a time and place for everything, for everyone. We can push with all our might, but nothing's gonna come.
Kayal Company, 7 o'clock. Welcome back in. Hour number 2 underway on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you're going to find out coming up at 7:45 this morning. Also still ahead, no quit in Nikki Haley. Fundraisers out the wazoo over the next month before she gets to South Carolina. We will get to those details. Also, absurdity coming out of the mouth of Rachel Maddow. And also, the little back and forth continues between Kayleigh McEnany of Fox News and Donald Trump. We'll get to that as we roll on this morning as well. But before we get to all of that, there's a lot in the news, including convicts on the loose, as we get to the great Dawn Stenzel in round number 2 at 7:01.
Yes, and good morning this Thursday morning, January 25th, 47 degrees, rainy, foggy, cloudy, full forecast just ahead this morning. And in Kayal Company News Live, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Let's get to it because we do have some new details as U.S. Marshals have joined in that search along with Philadelphia police as they search for a suspect, an escaped murder suspect who is considered dangerous. So the warning's going out as they still search for this guy. He's identified as 17-year-old Shane Pryor, who court records show was being held on charges of murder, conspiracy, as well as firearms offenses. So they're searching for him. Initially last night, if you saw that initial alert go out, there was an alert that they were looking for a stolen blue Ford F-150 pickup truck in connection to the case, and they were releasing the Pennsylvania tags. Sources are now saying that's no longer a focus of the investigation. So obviously they think he's ditched the truck.
Mm-hmm.
But it appears that in this case, this juvenile suspect, not handcuffed, not shackled in any way, was being transported to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, was not in the hospital. That was wrongfully misreported early on. This happened in the parking lot, never made it into the emergency room area. It was out in the parking lot and escaped those two escorts, no handcuffs, nothing of that nature. Within an hour or so, that's when they say somebody came and picked up this suspect, 17 years old. So his picture is everywhere. The picture of when he was 14, he's been in a juvenile center, they say, since he's 14. So this murder happened obviously years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He's now 17, but fairly recently, within the past couple of weeks, he was held over for trial, and they determined in the courts he would be tried as an adult.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a new development that they're thinking perhaps
Was the reason why he tried to flee.
The motivation.
Yeah.
But the question is, if somebody picked him up, how was that coordinated? And so they said that he was being brought there for some kind of a hand injury. So transported from the Juvenile Justice Center to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So those in the ER, et cetera, I know there was concern about people at CHOP. He was never in CHOP.
Okay.
So that was never, nor do they have any evidence that he has a firearm or any kind of weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But he vanished.
Unbelievable.
So he was, they initially said University, around University Avenue, so 34th and Spruce
Mm-hmm.
to University Avenue and Civic Center. That's where he was. But he could be anywhere at this point.
Do they have a physical description, height, weight? I'm just trying to picture, like, is this guy a physically imposing presence where he overpowered 2 juvenile detention workers?
5'7".
5'7".
5'7", they're saying. Maybe 151 to 170.
He's a little turd. He's a Cavalcante.
So not a. He's taller than Cavalcante.
Oh, that's right. He was
little
like
taller. He was
Cavalcante was like 5'4", right?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
so petite.
Yeah.
Maybe Cavalcante had other reasons for being transferred.
Right.
You know.
Well, and the other guy, the serial burglar guy, he was small too that got loose, right? Wasn't he like 5'2"? Remember we were making jokes about, he was just blending in with, a bunch of little people. He's showing up at little schools.
Well, to your point, Nick, what happens to sweet, fine, young, petite things when they go into a tougher prison?
Yeah.
And they're a petite guy.
Yeah.
I mean, no, seriously,
Yeah.
that could be a motivation.
They make statements like this.
I have a full mustache and beard.
Stop. But they're asking that anybody who thinks they see him, he is considered dangerous. So that warning going out. Tips can be called into 1-877-WANTED-2. They're confident they're going to catch him, which is why his family, his court-appointed attorney, they've all said, turn yourself in. They were prepared for trial, and they said, let a jury decide your fate, not the streets.
This is actually perfect timing for the return of John Walsh on America's Most Wanted on Fox Nation.
It's true, yeah.
We're going to call up Mr. Walsh and send him to Philadelphia. He's on the case.
Indeed. Volunteers canvassing cities across the country last night and into this morning, including Philadelphia. It's a huge effort that happens every year to count the homeless population. It's under the umbrella of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which actually requires a, quote, point-in-time count, and that helps local officials make informed decisions on things like budgeting and advocacy for part of this community that is in need. So it is believed that given the economy, tough economy right now, given the fact that we have shelters that they say are burgeoning, and given many other issues, our homeless veterans issues, which have been heightened during these tough times. So they believe those numbers are going to go up considerably. I'll point out to you that the largest number of homeless people in shelters right now, as I speak, are children, school-age children. And a lot of people don't realize that. So it affects the schools and school budgeting, all of that. So they've been out until the wee hours of this morning, and we don't have the latest on the count, obviously. But again, not just Philadelphia, the entire country does this. And so I will be curious to see what is going on in Norristown and Montgomery County.
Sure.
So we'll talk about that moving forward. Other news of the day, we've talked about Amazon-owned Ring. It's going to stop allowing police departments to request doorbell camera footage from users, and this marks an important end to a feature that has drawn a lot of criticism from privacy advocates. So Ring made this announcement. They're going to stop the request for assistance tool that allows those police departments and other public safety agencies to receive the video captured by the doorbell cameras through Ring's Neighbors app. So they'll still get it, but they will have to subpoena this, and perhaps this helps out Ring and Amazon avoid any kind of civil lawsuits.
Sure.
Right. So
Yep.
that one's going on.
And you have one of these as well, right?
I do. I will simply say that if, and I've had police ask me for that because of burglaries and that sort of thing. So you can still, you as the owner, if you volunteer this, you can still give it up.
Okay.
This is just Ring and Amazon saying they're not going to have this little feature that just streamlines it.
Right, right.
But the cops can still, the detectives can, if there's something going on, they can go door to door and say, hey, we see you have a Ring doorbell. Can you just send it? You can email. Like I could email right now. I could email a little video of Buddy coming in, 4:30, me carrying him up the steps at, 4:30 in the morning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can easily email or text that.
I got you.
So I think it's just a technicality, really, even though it's making this big national news.
All right.
That we got that going on. There's so much else. Oh my gosh, there's so much to parse, and I'm just going locally here. I did want to get to the story that's making national news because one of our Philadelphia Flyers a starter, Carter Hart, is on indefinite leave of absence as the Flyers travel to Detroit. It's not a home matchup here, but they're in Detroit tonight. And so the Flyers will be absent Carter Hart. This is amid these sex assault type allegations against multiple hockey players. And this would date back to when Carter Hart actually was a young, basically a JV, a junior player. He wasn't even a major player or a famous person on the scene.
Mhm.
This dates back 6 years ago.
Yeah. I just hope that everybody in social media land lets this play out in the courts before we rush to judgment. Remember, we just had that story about a month ago with the punter from the Bills whose career was basically derailed by these false allegations. And he's trying to get his career back after the lady that claimed whatever she claimed, it was proven not to be true. So I just, I always try to just wait until all the facts come out before we just, impale somebody and try to end their career.
You do.
I do.
But you do. We do. But not everybody feels that way.
No, I know.
So
right.
There are a lot of new laws, and I know it's a controversial situation, but there are all these laws that we've talked about where they have expanded the timeline by which somebody can make an allegation, and so that makes it tougher in the courts because there's not perhaps tangible evidence.
That's true.
Witnesses. So I know we've talked a lot about that. City Council, Philadelphia City Council has a lot on the docket on this first day for the new council, a lot of newbies and a new look. And so the success or failure of, both the 17-member legislative and newly elected Mayor Sherelle Parker, you think about this as they have a lot on their plate and a lot of promises. New council president, Kenyatta Johnson, leading a lot of rookies, a lot of newcomers. The majority of the members, 12, have served only a single term or less. So think about that. We have maybe on one side you think, okay, this is a fresh slate and we don't have the old guard. But on the other hand, we have a lot of new, rookies. And so we hope they don't make rookie mistakes during this time. But it's the first time that the new session, new city council, everybody's meeting, and that's going on today. So we're watching that very carefully. One of the headlines that I liked was St. Nick lost his halo, but is keeping his job. Speaking about embattled Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni returns for a fourth season. I know they held the news conference, but Jeff Lurie decided apparently not to fire Sirianni, give him one more shot.
And they've hired a new defensive coordinator yesterday. They grabbed the Dolphins defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio. So,
do you like Vic, Nick?
I do. Well, Victor's my middle name, so I'm biased.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes. So
you're Nick Vic?
That's correct. That was actually a nickname of mine in high school, Nick
Vic.
Yeah. Vic Fangio, older gentleman, longtime defensive coordinator, very good. It will be an absolute upgrade for the Eagles. So we're on the comeback trail here, Dawn.
Okay, but let me ask you this: since you said that the new Vic, the lesser Vic, because you're the top Nick Vic,
some would say.
So is he though teed up? In other words, if he's experienced, then if Nick Sirianni is this sort of like, well, if he doesn't work out,
can he be
we'll
the
just
head coach?
Promote Vic. Could he be a head coach?
He was given one chance a few years ago and he failed.
Okay,
he's a coordinator. He's a lifer. He's not a head coach.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not a threat.
No, not a threat. Not a threat to democracy either, but hopefully a threat to opposing quarterbacks.
Okay. I like this.
Vic Fangio.
I love that we just learned that you're Nick Vic.
That's correct.
I love it.
Nicholas Victor is my birth certificate.
I love
Yeah.
it. So we got to talk. I will get to the forecast because we do have this foggy weather, a lot of fender benders out there, and some rough going, and some power outages in Philadelphia. I don't know if they're down trees, but we're hearing about that. So hundreds without power because of something going on in parts of Philadelphia, maybe the Mount Airy section of Philadelphia. So I'll point that out. 48 degrees, showers right now. The high today, we're going up to 53 degrees, occasional rain likely, and that continues through this afternoon. So it looks like, as I look at the hourly, and they're constantly updating this, we could have a break. And so this afternoon, we might have a break where it seems like a nice afternoon and certainly mild and spring-like as we go through the day. But we're in for a major warm-up. tomorrow morning when we come in, fog and rain, so be safe as you make your way in. However, tomorrow looks to be quite a lovely afternoon as we near 60 degrees. And then for your Saturday, looking lovely. So low to mid 50s, depending on where you are in the region, but sunny skies for your Saturday. And then Sunday, we drop back down to the low to mid 40s and some precipitation. So tomorrow afternoon, quite lovely. Saturday, the best day of the week. It's going to feel like spring, Nick Vick. We have to call it Nick Vick News.
Sometimes I just reveal too much information on this program.
Know,
and that's
right?
a me problem.
But we have to talk about, and Nick Vick loves Piazza, as we all love Piazza, the Piazza Auto Group. They've been very good to us, and we feel safe as we drive to work into our Hondas. But let's talk about Piazza as we thank our sponsor this morning, because Piazza Auto Group at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester get 0%, and this 0% is unheard of, let's just say. Get 0% APR, 36 months on the new 2023 Santa Fe, 2024 Tucson for a limited amount of time. Shop online today, piazzahyundai.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Sorry, Nick, Vic. I was a little distracted because they've got flashlights and tools in stock in the studio.
Okay, can we wrap this up, please? We really have to get to break.
They're drilling in there.
Drill, baby, drill.
All right, you done with your sponsor?
I did. I was wrapping it up.
All right,
He's
just
like
making sure.
Snippy.
Just making sure. 7:15 as we continue. We have to get to this on the other side. There is no quit in Nikki, and there is an unbelievable amount of money that has just poured in since her loss on Tuesday night. No quit Nikki. Next with Nick Vick here on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
And then there were four if you've been watching the NFL playoffs. From the sidelines, there's still time to get in on the game with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. New customers bet this Sunday's conference championship games with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. I'm taking the Baltimore Ravens -3.5 and the San Francisco 49ers at -7. If you want to follow my picks, go to FanDuel right now. I love the FanDuel app. Get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what investor schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right. Receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey. Westwood One brings you all the action from the AFC and NFC championship games, streaming live on the free Odyssey app. First, it's Kansas City and Baltimore.
Spinning touchdown catch, hit the goal line, Kelsey. He could not have been more wide open.
Then it's San Francisco and Detroit.
Hands off McCaffrey up the right side, into the end zone. Touchdown 49ers.
Listen to every game live from Westwood One. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY. Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
7:23, Kayal and Company, rolling on live Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Been a long time since I was a young boy. Kayal and Company, what's on the cut sheet? Just about 22 minutes from now. 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Okay, so no quit in Nikki Haley. I'm telling you what, she is an ATM. It's unbelievable the amount of money since Tuesday. I mean, we're not even 48 hours removed from her loss in the New Hampshire primary. And Nikki Haley has raised another $1 million in less than 48 hours. And we talked about it, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. And we were trying to figure out on the calendar when Nikki will eventually suspend her campaign, endorse Donald Trump, and we can get to general election season. We are 29 days away from the South Carolina primary. Of course, that'll be on February 24th. Super Tuesday is March 5th. But Nikki Haley has not only raised $1 million since Tuesday, she has also scheduled a dozen fundraisers before that South Carolina primary, which is under a month away from now. So this is courtesy of the New York Post. They say despite a punishing loss in New Hampshire, Nikki Haley has nearly a dozen fundraisers scheduled between now and the South Carolina primary, and insiders are now wondering how many of these shindigs will actually happen. I have no reason to think at this point in time, even though the writing is on the wall, based on the way Nikki has kind of said, I'm in it for the long haul. And, the New Hampshire primary was the first primary. It was not the last primary. Looking at this schedule, it doesn't look like she's closing up shop and taking her ball and going home anytime soon. She's got fundraisers lined up on January 30th in New York City with billionaires including Leonard Stern, Cliff Asness, Stanley Druckenmiller, Ken Langorn, Henry Kravis, co-hosting an event. On February 6th, she's going to be in Silicon Valley with mogul Tim Draper. Then on February the 15th, she's slated to be in Dallas with a real estate tycoon. Elsewhere, she's scheduled for fundraisers in Greenville, South Carolina, to Houston, to San Antonio. On down the list, you add them up. I don't see her closing up shop and folding up her tent anytime soon, which is really remarkable. I think she's delaying the inevitable, no question about it. But man, a lot of people just love throwing away money, I guess, because it doesn't look like she's ready to quit. And she's being bankrolled.
She is, and I think until the money runs out, she stays in.
Here's what I believe that she is waiting for. That ruling on Trump being removed from the ballots. Because remember, that is probably going to get kicked up to the Supreme Court, because I think both the other courts are going to rule in favor of the states, Maine and Colorado, and I think there's one more. So I think that if the Supreme Court rules against Trump on that, that I think that is something like that might be what she's waiting for.
But I alluded to that yesterday, Greg, that's why even if she suspended her campaign,
good point,
she could still be brought back. So, I just think the money is the issue. Because even if the money is running out and she suspends, she could still bring it back.
Which doesn't that make, because I was going to say the same thing, doesn't that make DeSantis the smarter guy then, in theory? Because he says, okay, I'm suspending my campaign. We're not wasting any more money, any more people, our campaign people, their time, their resources. We suspend it now. And maybe DeSantis has the same mindset, behind closed doors, that if somehow, some way, Trump is removed from a ballot, which I mean, you look down the list so far, all of these states, for the most part, have been rejected in court, and, Trump is back on the ballot. I don't believe, this is just my opinion, if I had to bet, I don't think the Supreme Court will rule against Donald Trump in that regard, removing him from the ballot. So I think it's a moot point, but at least DeSantis is saying, you know what, let's stop the bleeding here financially, right? Nikki Haley's doing the opposite. She's still spending, and she's going to keep on spending, and she's going to keep on having these donors that set these fundraisers up. Although Fox News just had a headline about 20 minutes ago that a major GOP donor, billionaire donor, has told Nikki Haley to drop out. I didn't see who the name was. I don't even know if they revealed the source of who that was, but one of the major players in the game financially has told Nikki Haley that it's a wrap. You should give it up. So
yeah, and you look at, so up next is, first of all, with regard to the Supreme Court, I think they're gonna go with the Constitution.
Yep, I agree.
And so ultimately, that's just that. I think with Nevada, that goes. And Nevada's primary is very quirky to
It's
look
a double
at.
dipper on February 6th and 8th.
But it's 36 delegates, and, I think that they all go to Trump. So I just...
It's a primary and a caucus.
Yeah, so I think on this, I just think it goes to Trump. I just don't know what her pathway is as she marches towards February 24th, which is the Republican primary for South Carolina. Obviously, the Democrats is the third, but once they come to South Carolina, does she really want to be embarrassed?
Right.
In her, as she calls it, her sweet home, South Carolina.
There's 178 endorsements in the state of South Carolina that have already gone to Donald Trump. So I gave you the big four, but the last 2 days: Nancy Mace, Tim Scott, Lindsey Graham, and Henry McMaster. But there's a total of 178 different elected officials in the state of South Carolina at various levels throughout government that have endorsed Donald Trump, and that is in Nikki Haley's home state. Also, Trump on Truth. We got to give you this on the other side. A really long-winded post going after Nikki Haley again. And he says, and I'll just tease this and we'll get into this when we come back. Donald Trump, and I'm paraphrasing here, has stated that anybody who donates to Nikki Haley from this moment forth is banned from MAGA. Is that going to bite Trump in the keister? We'll get into that when we come back. Kayal and Company as we continue working our way towards what's on the cut sheet at 7:45 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're looking for a place to escape, Parks Casino, the #1 casino experience in the entire region, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Why? Because they really do have it all. It's my casino of choice. 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, the best sports book on the entire East Coast, award-winning restaurants, New York's best club comedians every other Thursday night, and the best bands every single weekend, only at 360 Lounge. I could go on and on. Parks Casino, the ultimate destination for all the action, a lot of excitement, entertainment, top headliners every weekend. America's top psychic medium, Matt Frazier. He's on April 20th. Comedian Andrew Dice Clay, April 27th. Plus, SNL's Colin Jost headlining February 16th and 17th, so he's coming up pretty soon. Comedian Nikki Glazier, March 9th. Singer-songwriter Emmylou Harris, March 22nd. Free parking, valet parking, EV charging stations. For all things Parks Casino, you want to visit parkscasino.com, PARX casino.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Being present and in the moment for family activities was impossible because Will Burt was so focused on the constant pain in his leg.
My wife likes to take walks. I always kind of dreaded going on walks because they hurt. The boys both play baseball. I coach their teams. I was going to do them and be in pain and be uncomfortable and kind of sacrifice my own health.
An old Achilles injury left Will coping with agonizing pain until he discovered the natural biologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No surgery or steroids. The procedure took place in the office and Will walked right out.
I feel great. There's no pain. There's no tenderness.
Patients like Will are feeling amazing and living their best lives.
Ironically, just got off the golf course today, so I think that's a good telltale sign that the Achilles is feeling better.
Don't be in pain another day. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26th with Glenn McNow and Ray Diddinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it, his brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University January 26 and 27 and at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back in 736, Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we work our way towards what's on the cut sheet coming up in just about 7 or 8 minutes. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can listen on the free Odyssey app and watch us on YouTube. So Donald Trump is going scorched earth on Truth Social. Surprise, surprise. But I want to read you this post because I don't understand what this accomplishes. I'm a Trump realist. I don't drink the water, so to speak. I don't just fall in line with everything that he does and says. I've made that very clear from day one on this show. And I don't, if you're going to come out, and this is what's frustrating, it's not a deal breaker with me by any stretch, but it could be to some. And in elections that are going to be super, 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 super close, I don't understand the point of this. Because if you're going to try to unite, which is what you said in the last couple of days, and you've had moments where you've been very low-key and welcoming, dare I say, inclusive. I hate that word. Just kidding. But I don't understand this post. Trump posts on Truth Social last night at 8:49 p.m. And you know I'm not a Nikki Haley fan. I've made that very clear. Nikki Birdbrain Haley is very bad for the Republican Party and indeed our country. Her false statements, derogatory comments, and humiliating public loss is demeaning to true American patriots. Her anger should be aimed at her third-rate political consultants and, more importantly, crooked Joe Biden and even those that are destroying our country. Even when I get a little angry at Trump, I end up laughing as I read these things. Not the people who will save it. I knew Nikki well. She was average at best, is not the one to take on world leaders, and she never did. That was up to me, and that is why they respect the United States. When I ran for office and won, I noticed that the losing candidate's donors would immediately come to me and want to help out. This is standard in politics, but no longer with me. Anybody that makes a contribution to Bird Brain from this moment forth will be permanently banned from the MAGA camp. We don't want them and will not accept them because we put America first and always will. I don't understand in an election where there could be at this moment conservative women, moderate women, independent women that right now are in the camp of Nikki Haley that will eventually be of the belief that Nikki Haley's time has come and gone. And it's going to be Donald Trump's party, which, spoiler alert, it is. It always has been. It always will be as long as Trump is viable as an option and has eligibility. Those people, I would think, and this is just my thought process, would probably or even possibly come on board and vote Trump, even if they don't love me, because they know the alternative is absolute garbage. Joe Biden is a failing politician. He is the worst president in our lifetime. So in an election in which Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Carolina, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, you look at a lot of these swing states where Joe Biden won by 0.3%, 0.6%, 0.9%. Wouldn't you want some of those people to come on board and join the MAGA movement against Joe Biden? Wouldn't you want that?
This is politics, Nick. I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying about not alienating people, especially, in the world of razor-thin elections. But politics is, this doesn't just happen with Republicans. It happens with Democrats. It happens with everybody. If you don't support, you think somebody like Dean Phillips, you think somebody who worked on his campaign is going to be welcome in the Biden administration? Absolutely not.
Well, do you think Trump's going to change his tune once Nikki does suspend the campaign?
But I think this is about the donors. So I think that with Trump, what he's saying, because he's the man, and at first is this because I think we're thinking to ourselves, why is he even talking about Nikki Haley? Why? I think this is not about Nikki. The latest thing that I think that Trump is saying is he's clearly the man. He's the choice, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And I know, okay, personal bias is obvious. He's my choice. I will admit to that. But I'm simply saying,
same here.
Right?
Same here.
So I'm simply saying he's sending a message, I think, to the donors and supporters who are choosing her right now, which is an annoyance to him. And he's saying, okay, this is it. This is your deadline. So, in other words, access power. If you want to, come to me at some point, no. That's what he is trying to, as Greg is alluding to. I mean, he's staring down, and this is politics, but he's staring down the donors and saying, look, I'm the man, and when I'm in the White House, you're not coming for a visit. I'm denying you access.
And by the way, I think that is a smart thing for him because he's not going to be then beholden to her donors, which are Wall Street, the Koch brothers, all of that sort of big money corporate nonsense,
which I get,
that people are disgusted with.
Right.
He's not going to be beholden to them. He's like, no, I don't want you. I don't want your money.
Well, and he's also got to be really ticked off about the money situation right now because Nikki has all this money pouring in, and here's Trump not only with money out on his campaign trail, but the amount of money he's having to waste in court with attorneys. He's probably, and look, I know he's got bazillions of dollars, but like I said yesterday, everybody's got a breaking point and a threshold, and he's probably, look, Haba and these other attorneys, you think they're coming cheap? They're not charging $250 an hour.
Now,
Go ahead.
CNBC is reporting that billionaire Reid Hoffman paused funding for Nikki Haley's campaign.
And that's probably who Fox was alluding to. That.
But CNBC, I think, was the one who broke the story.
Okay, which is big.
Financials. So I think that already we're seeing the cracks in her windshield, as it were, because they're caving under that pressure that we're talking about from Trump.
Yeah. Robert Schwartz on the YouTube chat says, it does make you shake your head, like, why say it out loud? Why?
But I think there's a difference here. I'm not mad at Trump for going after Haley's donors.
Yeah, sure.
I couldn't care less about these money men. I'm just saying you might need some of these Nikki primary voters, and I get it. We saw the dynamic. There's a lot of them in New Hampshire that were Democrat or independent or whatever with the the flipping of the party affiliation. But some of those actual true Republicans that are just more in favor of Nikki right now, you're going to want every single one of them to come vote Trump come the general.
And to Robert's point, when has Trump not said the quiet part out loud?
Yeah,
I mean, that's part of his charm and maybe what is aggravating to Trump supporters.
Double-edged sword.
Right? Your strengths are your weaknesses. I mean, he says everything out loud. He does. He speaks his mind.
Yeah, and he spoke his mind about Kayleigh McEnany, and we'll get to the cut sheet here coming up in about a minute or two, telling Kayleigh McEnany on social media that she's a rhino and that she should save your advice for Nikki Haley. Which, McEnany has a show now, and I think he called her Milk Toast McEnany a months ago when they got into a little spat before. And Kayleigh McEnany was basically saying, and I'll just paraphrase, you should basically shift your narrative and your message right now if you're Trump to the general election because Nikki Haley is not going to be a real threat. And Trump didn't like that, so he blasted her, called her a rhino, and said, you save your consulting opinions for Nikki, who needs it.
But, it's so funny because she basically is paraphrasing exactly what Kellyanne Conway has been saying for a whole week.
Yeah.
Kellyanne can say it, and she always says it better, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, there was something in there that I think he got irked by. But you know what?
He's irked because she said that Biden had a good night in New Hampshire with the write-ins.
I think he was probably annoyed and, I don't know, testy. I don't think in any way. I think Kayleigh McEnany, to me,
has never been anything but a loyal foot soldier for him.
Has never been anything but and she chuckles. She does. I've watched her when they ask her about it, and she chuckles at it.
She doesn't take it personally.
She doesn't,
right.
Because she knows him so well, and she's tough. She's a breast cancer survivor. She's worked for him. Like, she gets him. So I really don't think it's not a big deal. But I do think, to the point of Robert on the YouTube chat, I do think that sometimes Trump, look, he had an insane week past 2 weeks. And sometimes I think he's up there at that microphone and he does not keep things close to the vest. I think he was annoyed at a bunch of things.
Yep.
And he and spat that out.
Yeah, like a machine gun.
Yeah, and Kayleigh McEnany knows that. Is that wise? Is that prudent? Well, you can say whatever you want to say, but he says it all.
She said, quote, "If I'm Trump, I sit back and I exclusively focus on the general election. I focus on, number one, uniting the party, and number two, winning the independents, which Nikki Haley won 55 to 39%. That's what I would do," end quote.
I just want to point out, no other person, no other human that I know at any age could go through the hell that he's being put through. The constant persecutions, these constant court situations, which are, some of them are literally a joke, and they're all being revealed. And then on top of it, you're on a campaign trail that for many candidates, past and present, have been and are exhausted by.
Yeah. Yeah, DeSantis is 32 years younger, and he was exhausted.
Mustard.
He was a little mustard. He was weak. He needed his condiments. 7:47 as we get to a Thursday.
Took his boots off.
He took his boots. Yeah, those heels got to hurt, right? He probably has blisters and bunions. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this? What day are we? Thursdays, brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. You can follow along on what's on the cut sheet. We play all the videos along with the audio if that is your fancy. Let's take a stroll. Let's get in our DeLorean, shall we?
I love going down memory lane.
So let's go back to 2007, okay? President Joe Biden was running for president at the time. now President Joe Biden. He was running for president in 2007. So this was a Democratic primary, and it was a primary on MSNBC. A voter asked him if he would allow sanctuary cities to exist.
Okay, this was 17 years ago.
What do you think his answer was?
Hell no. Here's his answer right here.
Yeah, you're not 100% wrong.
Okay.
This is what he said. I'm going to start with cut 17 here. Phil, go.
Would you allow these cities to ignore the federal law regarding the reporting of illegal immigrants and, in fact, provide sanctuary to these immigrants?
The reason the cities ignore the federal law is the fact that there is no funding at the federal level to provide for the kind of enforcement at the federal level you need. Pick up the New York Times today. There's a city not far across the river from my state that imposed similar sanctions. And what they found out is, as a consequence of that, their city went in the dumps, in the dumpster. Stores started closing. Everything started to happen. And they changed the policy. Part of the problem is you have to have a federal government that can enforce laws. This administration has been fundamentally derelict in not funding any of the requirements that are needed even to enforce the existing law.
So, Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
As Joe would say.
Hang on.
The hell with that. The hell with that. Wow, first of all, 17 years ago looks like 170 years ago. Look how dated that footage looks. I mean, Joe looked young. He sounded much better. You saw Obama on the far right side. Yeah, he's completely flipped the script on almost everything. You know, you think about where he was politically in the early to mid 2000s, certainly the mid 90s. I mean, he's gone from, I mean, there were people I remember when I was in college that called him kind of like a corporate Republican, even though he was nothing more than a moderate Democrat. But, I mean, he's gone far left wing. I mean, he sold his soul to get back into the White House.
I also love that the internet is forever and there's always receipts. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I love that about, like, the internet. You can find stuff.
Oh, yeah. His thoughts on, gay marriage back from the 90s.
I'm glad you mentioned that. We are on... Not on gay marriage, but what were his thoughts on securing the border in the early 2000s? This is then Senator Joe Biden saying that he wants to use the Coast Guard and Navy to secure the border.
Well, that would be racist today to do so.
This is, let's see, where are we at here? You have to forgive me. I'm operating with one hand tied behind my back here as usual. This is cut 8. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
We must stem the flow of drugs into our border and across our borders. This bill increases by 1/3 the current level of funding for interdiction at the border, including increased funding for Coast Guard and Customs Service personnel, which I might add, over the last 6 years have been cut. We've talked about a war on drugs, and we have cut, not increased, cut the number of people we, in fact, say are supposed to be the ones at the bridge, blocking the enemy from crossing the river into our territory.
Look at the hair.
Yeah. Lack thereof. He has more hair now.
I know.
Assist Coast Guard law enforcement teams to Navy ships to bring the Department of Defense more actively in, assigns, I should say, Coast Guard law enforcement teams to Navy ships to bring the Department of Defense more actively into the fight against drug trafficking.
Well, now, 17 years later, Joe Biden says, let the fentanyl come pouring on in. We'll have 73,000 Americans die from fentanyl in one calendar year. It's a complete flip. And if you played that clip today of him on the border, man,
oh my God,
what would his defense be?
I have no idea.
I mean, Peter Ducey, you remember back when we were in school, Stalker, where we would have like the education department leader would bring in like the wheeled-in TV with the VCR for movie day. Mm-hmm. Ducey should roll in the next White House press briefing with one of those TVs and pop a VHS in and play that for Karine Jean-Pierre.
Yeah.
She'd have no answer. No answer. Well, they don't have an answer now, but...
Did you ever think about hair plugs, Nick Kayal?
No, and there's a reason for that. Okay. Joe Buck, Fox Sports, I guess he's on Monday Night Football now. Yeah. He had hair plugs, and he ultimately ended up having like some like paralyzed vocal cord issues. So I would never mess with that. But I'm not willing to fight heredity, genetics, and DNA. Like I inherited my dad. So, like, once I realized it started going back like a half moon.
Although they say that boys get their moms.
That's not true. That's not true because my grandfather was bald at like 18.
Oh,
so
yeah. No, my mom had a head of lettuce. She had hair for days.
I get my locks from my father. He's 7 years old and still has a full head of hair.
God bless him.
It means you have lower testosterone.
What?
Did you know that?
Well, I'll have a solution for that in the coming days.
If you're a guy, this is a true story. If you're a guy with high testosterone, that's what causes the hair loss.
Oh, Nick.
Low testosterone, huh?
So you have Nick Vick has high testosterone.
I have high testosterone.
Yeah, you have a lot of testosterone. That's what causes the hair loss.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah. I have enough for if anybody's lacking in the testosterone department, I'll withdraw some for you.
Is that true? What kind of junk science are you going by here, Dawn?
Hey, you trust the science, Greg.
Okay.
Look it up.
I am
now we're going
science.
to cause a big debate.
If you believe in science, believe in me. As Tony Fauci once said.
Maybe it's something that guys who lose their hair say, but I believe there is truth to it.
It really, Phil, I know you probably have 13,000 things going on, but at some point today, I would just love to have, even if we can just put it on social media, just the freeze frame of Joe there with the brown hair, where he had basically no hair on the top of his head, and then a picture of Joe in 2024 with the full head of gray hair.
Yeah.
And just see the difference. The color versus the thickness contrast. It's remarkable. He did have hair, but I never even thought about that.
But I will tell you, now they have advanced the technology, and they use a little pen, and it's like amazing.
Yeah,
and there's like hardly any downtime.
And they do like little dots on your head, right? Yeah,
you take your own hair from the back, and it's like amazing.
Yeah.
Sticking with the border, so that was Senator Biden in the early 2000s. That may have even been the late 90s. I'm not exactly sure when that was, but that was Senator Biden saying that he would use the Coast Guard and the Navy to secure the border. Joe Biden, as president in 2004, thinks differently. So this happened. I think yesterday or the day before. Peter Doocy and John Kirby went at it over immigration because Doocy asked about Joe Biden making it easier to enter the country illegally. This is cut 5 from yesterday. Phil, go.
But what is the president's plan? This is happening just weeks after 300,000 people came into this country over the southern border illegally. The razor wire officials down there think was keeping some of them out, and you guys just sued and won to remove it
on behalf of the Border Patrol, who needed to have better access to it. Look, let me go back to your other question, and I know I'm running short on time, so I won't filibuster here. But what's the plan? Please look at the stuff we've put forward, the immigration reform legislation that the president put forward on day one, the work we're doing in the region. Just last week we had Mexican officials here to talk about how together we have and will continue to try to stem the flow of migrants. You mentioned the numbers. No question there's a lot of people trying to make that journey, but it's not just to the United States, it's to other countries in the world, in the region. We're seeing historic movement. Not since World War II have we seen this many people on the move in this hemisphere. And the Mexicans are really stepping up and trying to do more on their southern border to keep that flow going north lower. And we have seen in recent weeks some success at that. The idea that we don't have a plan or a strategy or we're not taking this seriously is just not borne out by the facts. And, again, if the folks on the House Republican side are serious about border security, and they claim they are, then they should act on the supplemental request and, let's negotiate this in good faith. The president has said he's willing to make compromises. He's willing to negotiate in good faith. So let's have that discussion.
Well, first of all, the Mexican government, that's a bunch of hogwash because they're corrupted by the cartel. So don't try to spin it that way, John Kirby, because nobody's buying that if you pay attention to who really runs that section of the world. Secondly, the facts are the facts because the numbers are the numbers, and the numbers are indisputable. When you have over 302,000 in 1 month alone, that's just a staggering number. I mean, you think about there was years where Trump where the entire calendar year had 70,000, and they're getting overran 6 times over overrun in 1 month. Unbelievable.
Karine Jean-Pierre blamed Republicans for the border crisis. This is cut 2. Phil, go.
The president spoke to this last week a little bit too. He said, he called out, he said to House Republicans, do you really want to actually fix this problem? Do you really actually want to do the work that's needed to deal with the issue that we're seeing at the border? Do you really want to fix this immigration system? I'm adding on to what the president said, but that's a question for House Republicans. I think we have proven, Republicans in the Senate and Democrats in the Senate have proven that we actually want to work on this issue, on this broken system. And so, look, if they are real about this, if they want to fix this problem, then they would get involved. They would get involved, but they haven't, right? You heard me say back at the end of last year, they left in the middle of December while negotiations were happening with Republicans in the Senate and the Democrats in the Senate. So, this is a real problem. This is an issue that Americans care about, and they want to see it done in a bipartisan way. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying. I don't know why House Republicans continue to get in the way. The president spoke to...
Sorry.
I love how, I'll go back to John Kirby for a second, where he talked about legislation from day one when the Biden administration took over. That legislation has failed. But you talk about Karine Jean-Pierre, about Republicans getting involved. They are getting involved. Ron DeSantis, Glenn Youngkin, Kevin Stitt, Kristi Noem, Brian Kemp, Greg Gianforte, all basically joining arm in arm with Greg Abbott about this issue. You talk about the razor wire and the buoys. I love how Kirby tries to spin it as if those, what would we call the razor wire and buoys? We would call those, I'm trying to think of the word in the criminal justice system that deterrence. Deterrence is the word I was searching for. Those are deterrents for you not to come. But if we're going to have, federal agents cutting that stuff down, we're basically advertising that, nope, we're reopening everything again. And if Karine Jean-Pierre is going to sit there and say it needs to be done in a bipartisan way, then whoever asked that question needs to grill her and say, okay, Karine, if that's the case, then what is the sticking point between D and R that they can't come to agreement on? Is it a money thing? Is it a legislation thing? What is preventing this completion of a bipartisan solution? And I would love to know what her answer is to that, without her looking down at her binder and hemming and hawing.
So this is a video only. There's no sound to it. So, but we can describe it. Nick, if you can pull up your computer there.
Got
it. So yesterday or 2 days ago, the Supreme Court ruled that Biden can remove the razor wire on the border. And yesterday, the Texas National Guard defied the ruling and started installing more barriers and razor wires in Shelby Park.
Yep.
This is cut 8, Phil. Again, there's no audio of this. It's just video, so if you want to play that.
That's got to be, 3 feet high of razor wire?
Yeah.
Spiraling left and right, up and down. I mean, and it's on top of like a metal-grated fence.
And you said it earlier, Greg Abbott defying the Supreme Court and is going to keep doing it just to see what happens. Right?
And people fleeing Mexico, they don't care. We've seen the video of them crawling across the razor wire and ripping their flesh off. I mean, that's how bad they are, how desperate and hell-bent they are on getting into this country. I'll tell you right now, I'm not walking across razor wire for anything unless it was like saving my kids' lives. And that's about it.
Just looking at Texas headlines, local headlines.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're...
The head of Customs and Border Protection there, speaking out on media like in Austin, Texas, and those news markets, saying that there's no set timeline to remove the razor wire put in place at the southern border by Texas. So, in other words, even though the SCOTUS ruled and said, yes, even though this is a states' rights Supreme Court, there is precedence here, you know what I mean, for the federal government. So they've sided with the feds and to say, no, this is a federal issue. However, CBP is in the middle of this. Mm-hmm. And their head says they've not removed it.
Yep.
Per the SCOTUS order, they're kind of, I think, caught in between the state and the feds.
Yep.
And they've said, we haven't removed it and we don't have a timeline to do so.
What a cluster.
It really is. It really is.
It's so unbelievable. Which is why you just have to laugh when you hear Trump say he's going to build a dome. to prevent nuclear attacks. I'm thinking like we can't even get the wall completed for whatever it's worth, and we're going to build a dome.
It's interesting to me because you would think that a governor of a state, one of their biggest jobs is protecting that state.
Yes,
right.
Yes, I mean, it's like I said, Greg Abbott's doing a great job protecting the citizens of this country by putting up this fight. But first and foremost, he's concerned about his constituents. Of
course.
His state. You're absolutely right.
And Nick, to your point here, just the latest, I'm looking at their local coverage, so you know what I mean, to get them, because they're obviously, this is their focus.
They're in
local.
the thick of it,
yeah. So the Texas Military Department, they've said that they continue to be concerned about the safety and security of the state of Texas. They say, quote, this was late last night, we remain resolute in our actions to secure our border and basically preserve the sovereignty of our state. Remember, Texas fairly recently, their proposals by some to say, all right, we're seceding. We've had it. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
John Kirby was on with Martha McCallum yesterday. Phil, going to cut 10 here. They got into a little testy exchange with the White House spokesperson. Look, John Kirby, you and I have said, Nick, that we believe that he's the best spokesperson he speaks the best out of
in an administration that's a PR speaking nightmare. He's the best.
This is a no-win situation for him because he has to go there and defend it. And we know that there's nothing that he can defend, but he tries here. This is cut 10, Phil. Go.
There's no lack of urgency. He's been president for 3 years. This is not just the same old immigration issue we've had going on for a decade, as he said the other day. These are record numbers all the time.
Yeah.
And people in Iowa and New Hampshire are the ones who are expressing concerns about it. This isn't Arizona and Texas. This is Iowa and New Hampshire. So, I don't think that people sense that there is an urgency to address this.
Well,
in fact, I talked to lots of voters over the past few weeks who said they think the opposite is happening. They're trying to figure out why the president wouldn't do what he can to stop it.
Well, that's why I'm glad I'm here with you, so I can try to explain some of that. I mean, he has taken some executive actions, but there's a limit to what executive action can do, and we really need support from Congress. We really need additional legislative action here, new laws, and quite frankly, on day one, he put forward a new immigration reform proposed legislation that hasn't been acted on. So we got to act in partnership with Congress. And I'll tell you that the discussions that we're having on the Senate side, they're progressing well. I won't get ahead of it, but they're moving along well, and we're negotiating.
No, they're not.
In good
I mean,
faith.
they're not. I mean, they're not is what we're hearing. That they're not really moving along well. And you say that he's been concerned about it for 3 years, but that's failing, obviously. Because when you have record numbers of people coming in, that means the policy's failing. So why not change gears and try to do something that works?
I think it's important to put this in context, too, Martha. You're seeing, as you rightly said, record numbers of people, and it's not just the United States that are facing that pressure. Lots of countries in the hemisphere, including Mexico, is facing a lot of pressure at their own southern border. I mean, there are more people on the move in this hemisphere right now than there has been since World War II, and it's a lot of reasons we're forcing people to go.
Do we have a southern border?
Do we have a what?
Do we have a southern border?
Yes, ma'am. Of course we do.
Then how come people can flow across it every single day? Hundreds and thousands of people over the course, 300,000 people in December.
We're working very hard to try to fix that, Martha. That's why we need congressional action. That's why the president asked for additional funding, more than $6 billion in the supplemental to try to get border security enhanced. I mean, I think you and I are obviously not going to see the policy solutions the same way, and I respect that.
Well, I'm just looking for results. I'm saying if you're concerned about the number of people crossing, you're not getting results. So at some point you have to say, we got to do something different.
Yep. Now, the idea that we haven't looked at this and tried to work on this and trying to work in concert with Congress is just not true. We are. This is a complicated issue, and it's going to require a real team approach, not just from the executive branch, but from the legislative branch as well.
Martha McCallum taking a flamethrower to John Kirby's hair. That was phenomenal.
And usually this is not Martha. I mean, Martha is, very measured and very proper, and generally doesn't go that hard, especially somebody like John Kirby.
Yeah.
But I simply think that, that was bull S, what he was saying. clearly Biden has a pathway where with the stroke of a pen through executive powers could declare an emergency, particularly with the latest data of all the gotaways, not the ones holding up their hands saying we want asylum, the gotaways, the dangerous, the terrorist list that we've talked about day in and day out.
Yeah.
Clearly Biden has a pathway with his pen, and for Kirby with a straight face to say, oh no, we're working with Congress. Give me a break.
You look at Dana Perino, you look at Sandra Smith, Martha McCallum, those shows in those time slots from 9 to 3 p.m., they're not the opinion-driven, argumentative, combative debate type shows. They're the straightforward news, a little bit of opinion, sure, but she went after him because he was giving lip service, which I thought was great. Think about this for a second when we talk about razor wire and barbed wire. So we can't have barbed wire at our southern border to prevent drug dealers, smugglers, cartels, terrorists from entering our country. But Bob's Junkyard down on 9th and Johnson can have razor wire atop of their wall so you can't jump in to steal a 2004 Honda Civic. What world are we prisons? You have a better chance of protecting your home or your local delicatessen in a rough area where you can put like metal rails up on your door, carry a gun. But yet at the southern border, we treat you like it's daycare.
Yeah,
it's madness.
And I know that they're saying in Texas this is not over. The court rulings go on. And this ruling in particular, the feds were saying we're not able to enforce our federal immigration laws.
Yeah.
Okay, and it was a 5-4 ruling, so it was not a slam dunk. I think they're going to go back, and Texas has said this is not over because you know what? The people who are the asylum seekers, they want to go where there's a path. They don't. They're not purposely trying to go where there's razor wire. The razor wire is clearly there for the folks who are trying to be a gotaway. And why? Why is that? What are the numbers of the gotaways? It's like 80 a day or something, 80 every. I mean, the numbers are staggering.
Yep.
So that's who they're trying to prohibit.
Jim O'Connell on Twitter just tweeted us and said, technically, the Supreme Court said the federal government can remove the razor wire. They didn't rule that Texas couldn't put up razor wire.
Oh, so we're just going to play the game of Texas is allowed to put it up, but then we can take it down? If that's the interpretation, then we're just this is nothing more than a charade then. Locally, you can put it up. Federally, you could take it down. We're just going to keep going back and forth. It's going to be a wasted exercise.
But that's so think about it. So CBP is not taking it down, though. They're not. And so that, to me, in and of itself, is significant. So the Biden administration was using this for a ruling, but those there on the ground, nobody has cut it. They could take wire cutters and start cutting it down.
Yeah.
Nobody is. Why is that?
Right.
So that, to me, just reveals the discrepancy from people who know what's going on at the ground level and an administration that wants a win that's a very narrow ruling, right?
Yeah.
So the administration can say, we got to win.
Yeah. It's so bad. I don't know if you saw the video that was being circulated last night on television, all the news outlets. The airport in Boston has migrants living in terminals.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you walk down like a terminal, C2, C3, C4. You're walking down, you pass your little coffee shop, the little bar, the restaurant, the little deli, the magazine stand, and there's nothing but people with sleeping bags, and these aren't people that are traveling, that aren't sitting in a chair in the little section where they wait to board their flight. These are migrants that have been sent to Boston that have just opened up camp in the airport.
Yep.
Can you imagine? I mean, people are already on edge and unhinged at airports, right? We see it every day. We see the videos of viral stuff on flights that go on social media. People are just agitated. I don't know what it is, but airports just trigger people. People have no patience once they arrive at an airport. And now having migrant issues they're literally setting up shop. And I don't know how long they stay there for.
Well,
hours, days?
And to your point, I mean, that's why people are infuriated as far as think about all the TSA stories we have with all the strict rules and the fact that illegal immigrants can fly with this app that they've created. And so you can have this alternate form of ID. The rest of us as citizens have to have all this,
Mm-hmm.
follow all these rules.
Yeah.
But for some bizarre reason, this administration says, no, we've got some special sets of rules for you if you've come across the crosswalk illegally.
And you've talked about the story recently with measles, and we had the story about the measles in the airport. So now think about this. Airports are filthy to begin with. I've said this for years. The two dirtiest places, in my opinion, are airports and casinos. Just every I walk out, I just feel dirty.
Not parks, though.
No, not parks. Parks are smoke-free. That's why I go there a lot. And I win. So, anywho, you go through these airports, and they're just disgusting, right? It's just, you just want to use hand sanitizer. I'm not saying I would wear a mask in an airport, but, they're dirty. And now you have migrants that are coming up illegally. They're in airports. Who knows what they've been vaccinated for or vaccinated against. And it's just, and oh, by the way, the sheer volume of people that travel through an airport, all the stuff that we're spreading, they're dirty enough as it is. Disaster.
And not to mention the fact that CBP One app, so they give them a phone, because we've talked about that a lot. They give them a phone. So basically, they take the folks' word, they take them at their word for this. So, I mean, hello, terrorism. I just think, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So you have all these U.S. citizens. You have to show all kinds of ID, et cetera, et cetera. But these folks can get on an airplane with an app where they've answered it whatever way they want with no other requirement.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know how they do like man on the street for certain radio shows and stations?
Yeah.
We should do like Kayal at the border. Like send me down. I'll go down to Mexico.
I like it.
I'll come up through the border.
Kayal
I'll
at the
crawl
border.
across razor wire, and then I'll report back with a big take.
I love it.
And show what? How easy it is to get across?
And how my skin has been destroyed by razor wire.
And then you'll get whooped by all the coyotes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Philadelphia is not a border city or town. Although maybe, I mean, do we want to keep the people from New Jersey from getting in here, right?
Yeah, especially Camden.
Yeah. So yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, Philadelphia city leaders unveiled a new policy framework, a blueprint for a safer Philadelphia.
Yeah, this might be the big take tomorrow, by the way. I know where you're going here.
So there's a video that we got from Fox 29, and then there's also a part in this blueprint that I want to discuss with Nick Kayal and Dawn Stenson. Let's do the Fox 29 report. This is the blueprint for a safer Philadelphia. Cut 19, Phil, go.
At City Hall, Councilmember Curtis Jones handed over the blueprint for a safer Philadelphia to incoming Mayor Sherelle Parker.
We know we can use this to develop what we're going to refer to as our action plan.
Jones chairs the Committee on Public Safety and says in September, more than 140 stakeholders from the community developed public safety recommendations during a crime summit at St. Joseph's University.
Not to point fingers at each other, but to point fingers at solutions.
The blueprint has over 100 recommendations in education, poverty, health, and beyond.
Here's one of the recommendations in there, and Phil, if you could bring up this is combating institutional white racism.
Yes. An entire section dedicated to fighting the boogeyman.
Nick, are you able to read?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. I love how, according to the plan, their solution is that the crime rate will go down. Basically, what they're saying, when there are less white teachers in Philadelphia and every teacher takes DEI training. So, all right, here we are. It's January 25th. Honeymoon is over. Sherelle Parker's going to be tough on crime. Okay, I'll let that play out. But Sherelle Parker, anything different, really, than the last administration? This is the type of story that I would be railing on in a segment from Chicago in the show or San Francisco. Yes, we need less white teachers.
More teachers of color need to be hired to work in schools and administrative positions. All educational employees should attend anti-racism training, focusing on unconscious bias and racism. That's the solution.
Yes, unconscious. You're racist, you just don't know it, is what they basically are implying.
The next steps. In addition to police officers, schools should hire culturally competent social workers, Legislators and political officials need to collaborate with schools and nonprofit organizations to address microaggressions and increased acts of both hate and violence. You can read that. It's up right now on our YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the actual wording of combat white institutional racism.
You know what the root cause, and nobody ever really wants to talk about it, and I don't know why, because it's really not a controversial subject. If we're talking about the school system and we're going to have culturally cognizant social workers to deal with children, you know what a big reason is for children that are defiant, that end up being bad seeds or being criminals or whatever it is? Lack of fathers. Like, it starts at a very early age. And this is where men need to be ripped. Men, if you create a child, be a man and be a part of your kid's life. At a very minimal level, financially paying your child support, but at least teaching your son and or your daughter, for that matter, like the basics, common sense, courtesy, respect, because mom can't do it all by herself. If mom has to work 2 or 3 jobs, mom can't be there all the time. This is why kids need to be in structured settings, why they need to play sports, things like that, to create discipline. But like at the root cause, a lot of the time, you know, no matter what the criminal defendant's race or gender is, whatever their sexual orientation is, there's a good chance that that person did not have a dad in their life, or they had a dad and he was just a foul ball. It's an old phrase by my old man. Okay. He's a foul ball. Yeah.
But I think ultimately these are Democrat policies going back decades, which have come in between families. And so mom with the kids, if dad is not living there in the picture, and you'll hear the wording, well, where do you stay? It's because if dad and mom are living together, they actually get less government funding and get less welfare, essentially. And so, and this is big money.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, if dad is working, but he's not living, and they're not married, and he's not living there, then mom gets a boatload of money per child.
Yeah.
And these are Democrat policies that I know were at their core initially were meant to be compassionate, but they've had the opposite effect, and they're ripping families apart. And so they're punishing the dads and moms who are married and or just partners living together as a family.
Yeah. This might be a deeper big take for tomorrow, but I'll just wrap up this content in this subject that we're talking about by saying this to Sherelle Parker. Sherelle, DEI doesn't work. It fails every time. Find the most competent people for any of your policies, any of your initiatives, school-related, crime-related or not. Enough with the DEI garbage. You just fired the DEI officer of the police department a few weeks ago that was making $170,000.
And then rehired the young lady yesterday, the 25-year-old making 130 G's a year, and getting her master's, going to school and getting her master's at Drexel. But I will say that blueprint that you're talking about, wasn't that was Dwight Evans, right? That's been going on for years. That started with Dwight Evans. So I will say this is not something new that Sherelle Parker has initiated. It's something that they received federal dollars for, that they've been getting for, I'll say, 7, 8 years. And that was a big thing with Dwight Evans. He got that federal grant years ago.
Okay.
Star Max, who I believe is a troll, but it makes a interesting point on the YouTube chat, says, a perfect heterosexual family. That's what America needs, Nick says.
Perfect hetero. No, I actually need fathers, or, okay, in 2024, 2 women raising a child. I need them, whoever is the dad in the relationship, I need that person to hold their kid accountable. Like, it's called parenting. Like, make sure they go to school. Make sure they're respectful. They respect their elders. They're in an organized act. It doesn't even have to be a sport. It could be a club. Could be, a debate team, anything like that, some sort of structure. And, oh, by the way, don't raise them to be Cowboy fans. It's all about being a good parent. Parenting matters.
No, but to the person on YouTube, I would say this: a functional family. So maybe let's take Barack Obama. Barack Obama's dad and mom were not necessarily living together. He, like a lot of American kids, he was actually raised by the constant in his life, his grandparents.
Yeah, grandparents are a huge factor.
So in other words, there are a lot of families, I'm sure listening, there are a lot of grandparents who are the constant in the lives of their kids. And my dad is that for my sister, quite frankly. She's divorced, dad not in the picture as much.
Could be an uncle.
So it's not necessarily, we're not talking about a traditional family.
Yeah.
And there are decades-long studies that support what we're saying, that a stable family environment that's supportive and what that might look like, grandparents, caregivers, whatever. I mean, heck, there are a lot of dysfunctional, quote-unquote, heterosexual married men and women who are a disaster.
Right.
So
it could be a pastor at your church. It could be your football coach. There's a lot of people that you can lean on for these types of things. Doesn't have to always be the Brady Bunch family. What was that guy's name? Star Wars?
I don't know.
Star Trek?
Sorry, I move on once I read the comments. I don't remember. Speaking of people who have no chance, Chris Sununu was on Jake Tapper talking about Nikki Haley. Chris Sununu says that Nikki Haley only has one more hill to climb. And that's to beat Trump in her home state of South Carolina. She hasn't, can I just say one thing? Yeah. All the hills she's climbed, she's fallen back down. Yeah, she hasn't won any states yet.
If I'm Chris Sununu, I'm taking like a skiing vacation for the next 10 days. After all the time and effort and energy he put into Nikki Haley to get he get beat by 34,000 votes?
Getting mighty deep in here. This is cut 11, Phil. Go.
Sure. But there's a big glaring weakness. According to CNN's exit polls from last night, registered Republicans overwhelmingly supported Donald Trump, 74% for him, 24% for Governor Haley. If you can't win registered Republicans or even compete, how do you win the Republican nomination for president?
That's a good point.
Well, again, 2 states down, 48 to go. It's only become a one-on-one race literally in the past couple of weeks. She's really ramped up the attacks on him. I know that drives him crazy, but the fact is he does not have a strong record. And he is the incumbent. Let's face it. He's effectively the incumbent president, so that's a hard hill to climb for sure. But every time there's a hill in Nikki Haley's way, she climbs it. She knocks it down. She pushes everybody out of the race. So she's been able to have a lot of success where no one thought she was able to have it. She's got one more hill to climb, and that's to beat Trump in her home state.
Nikki's breaking those glass ceilings state by state, one by one. She's not doing any of that. I think it's time for Chris just to shut it down. Kim Reynolds, your endorsement didn't work for DeSantis in Iowa. The Doug Burgums of the world. Like a lot of these guys that are out there that have made a little bit of a noise in these primaries over the last X amount of months. They're just, I tell you what, I can only speak for me. If I was Chris Sununu, I'd go off the grid. I just shut it down. Just get back to governing your state. Let Nikki's done with your state. She's on the South. This is a Henry. Well, you can't even say it's a Henry McMaster thing because he's endorsed Trump. So
he was basically by her side for a year.
He was like her caddy on a golf course. He was carrying the bag for her.
One more, and then we have to break. Nikki Haley. Chris Sununu says that Nikki Haley doesn't have to win South Carolina. Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina are just filtering states.
Right. So if we're keeping track, Nikki doesn't really need to win any state. She just needs to keep going, pushing on.
It's just she just needs to be bankrolled. Right? That's the whole thing.
It's like imagine saying the Eagles. Oh, the Eagles don't need to win this week. Well, they don't need to beat Washington next week. They don't need to beat the Jets the following week.
I've never it's over. Just put the fork in it. Try again in 2028. Let's whatever. But come on.
Yep.
Cut 9. Phil, go.
Does she have to win in South Carolina? I mean, I can't understand the motivation for a candidate who doesn't win the first 3 contests. Don't you think it's a do or die there?
I don't, and I'll tell you why. Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina are always the filtering states, if you think of it that way, right? We always want to narrow it down. Now,
it's a tributary to the big
way
river.
Faster than anyone thought. I do think when you get to Super Tuesday, you have to win. You got to win some states in Super Tuesday.
So
I don't think South Carolina is a must-win, but I have no doubt she's going to do very, very well there.
We're on the march.
Do very well.
What? So now we're punting to Super Tuesday.
We didn't win anything in January. February's will wash. We'll see you on March 5th. That's when we will pull the rug out from the MAGA base.
Oh my God. Never seen anything like it, guys. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, man. I mean, that's like Greg Stocker rolling into an Odyssey meeting with the bosses and saying, yeah, Kayal and company, we didn't achieve much in September in the ratings. We didn't do well in the October book. But come that holiday book, you just wait. You just wait, Yageroff. We will come through.
By the way, the holiday book was great, but
every book is great.
Nobody counts it because it's,
That's all right. I've lost track of how many books I've had that are great.
Everybody listens to Christmas music.
We're like Trump. We're just racking up the endorsements
Exactly.
left and right. All right, that'll do it for round one of the cut sheet at 8:28. We will come back. I'm actually sweating today. It's good that we're back into the 40s and 50s. It's been a while since I've sweated doing a radio show. I miss that. I really do. Yeah. Okay. A little perspiration. I'll towel off. We'll come back. Dawn will get to a big three. And then we have to get to how bad it's getting for CNN. And also, I think after like a year and a half of tinkering around, they have found the solution, at least for one day a week. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. And QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Benjamin F. Chambers Jr. with the good news, brought to you by BetterHelp. Giving back to the underserved communities is one of the positive ways that corporate America and others can help transform these communities and improve the quality. The good news is there's now an investment fund named the Good Fund. Invests innovatively to startups that tackle some of the world's serious problems. This is sponsored by BetterHelp. Therapy helps you find your strengths. Learning positive coping empowers you to be the best of yourself. If you're thinking about engaging in therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's all online. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/good news today to get 10% off of your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavers Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
Time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Kayal and Company. It's not 1:45, but it is 25 before 9. 8:35 for those keeping track. 855-839-1210. That's how you climb in. Social media at 1210 WPHT. Listen to us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. And if you want to get the show the old-fashioned way, the old podcast way, iTunes, Spotify, we're everywhere. Everywhere you can get your podcasts, you can get Kayal and Company.
By the way, if you're listening to us right now on the, thank you, Joan Jett. If you're listening to us right now, the reason I'm playing her is because Phil Almquist was telling me a story about it. That was his first concert. Was Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Oh, I was thinking it might have been his first female crush when he was younger.
Well, that too. Yeah. If you're listening right now on the Odyssey,
person crush.
Just kidding.
Yep.
Excuse me. If you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, which a lot of you are, please make sure you hit the follow button. It's up in the right-hand corner. If you look at the Talk Radio 1210, and I'm not on camera, so I don't know why I'm holding this up. But if you're listening on the Odyssey app and you have the 1210 WPHT, right in the right-hand corner, there's a little check mark that says follow.
Yeah.
And just hit the follow button.
Yeah.
It does a lot for us.
It does.
It does a lot for us. So please make sure you do that if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Thank you.
You know, speaking of first crushes, female or male, yesterday was Tiffany Amber Thiessen's 50th birthday.
I saw that.
A.K.A. Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell.
Or she was on 90210.
90210, correct.
What was her name on 90210?
I don't remember.
Valerie.
Yeah. She looks like a Valerie. I've never seen a bad Valerie. So I would just say that was my first teenage crush.
Yeah.
If you're my age, 40-ish, I would say even up to maybe 45 or 50, and certainly even a little bit younger. The late 80s, early 90s. I mean, Tiffany Amber Thiessen was the it girl on all the magazines. By the way, Stalker, do you have a first female crush in Hollywood?
Yeah, Elizabeth Shue in The Karate Kid.
Well, yeah, the curly blonde hair.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she wore that sweater really well.
She came in one time and did an interview with Dom, of course, because Dom gets all the guests.
Yeah?
And like I was starstruck. I was just
all those years later.
Yeah, I was like 35 years old.
Yeah. Wax on, wax off. Dawn, did you have a teenage boy crush in Hollywood TV entertainment when you were younger?
No, I tended to know like real boys who I interacted with.
Okay.
Watching TV.
Touche.
Okay.
Few football players, there were a few. Tennis player, but they were real people.
Yeah.
Dawn was like, I dated the captain of the football team.
I did.
Okay. All right. There you go.
By the way, she was, I looked her up, Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Yep.
So she was born in 1970. Actually, she just celebrated a birthday. She's
50th.
January 23rd. Yeah.
And unlike Alyssa Milano, she hasn't become a left-wing nut job. Good work out of her.
She's a cutie still.
Yeah.
But she was Kelly Kapowski on Saved by the Bell.
Yep.
And then the spinoff, she was Valerie Malone on Beverly Hills 90210.
Yep.
From 94 to 98.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Teen Idol.
She replaced Shannon Doherty when
Look at you with the 90210-411.
I have a lot of guilty pleasures. 90s soap operas are one of them.
Yeah?
Oh yeah. Like those teen soap operas.
Yeah.
Melrose Place, 90210, all that crap. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
You did?
Oh god, yeah.
I used to watch Silk Stockings after Monday Night Raw.
Teenage boys who had no life.
That's
They were
right.
teenage boys.
Teenage boys, we matured with late night TV.
I know, it's so true.
Yep.
Now teenage boys are on, social media sites,
Yeah.
right? Looking at all that stuff.
Yeah, the
It's
hot
so
the hot
funny.
box got replaced by Instagram.
Yeah.
It's basically what happened. All right, 8:40.
I think your definition of hotbox and my definition of hotbox, Nick, are different things.
No, I think they're the same.
Just saying.
I think they're the absolute same. You want to converse about that?
When you smoke weed and put all the car windows up?
Oh no, yes,
Yeah,
totally
exactly.
different hot box. Yeah, mine was connected to my television.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying
Okay.
that
Yeah.
my version of hotboxing and
totally
your
different,
version
right.
of hotboxing is different.
Yeah, my kind of hot box would be like a sauna or a steam room. All right, 8:40. Let's get back down to business. Enough of having fun on the radio. You're not allowed to do that. So says those radio consultants. All right, let's get to Dawn Stenzel's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal & Company.
And our Big 3 at 8, we have a great sponsor, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center this morning. So number one, these are other stories of the day because we've been talking a lot about the harder news stories of the day. But there is the new annual report out released with all the details by pest control companies. Philadelphia is no longer number one. We are number 3 in the nation among cities with the most bed bugs. So the good news is we're no longer number 1,
Okay.
but we are number 3.
Who's number 1? New York?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're number 6 on a list of the cities for rats.
Oh.
So we're number 6 for rats. Remember we talked about in New York City, they have such a rat problem that there is, I'm not making this up, in New York City, you can go sign up. Like, you know how we have the ghost tour here in Philadelphia? Like, go back to the Revolutionary Times and they'll take you on the ghost tour. They have a rat tour. So you can see like these rats are like the size of one of like Sid and Sarah Weiss's cats.
Uh-huh.
These are huge celebrity rats.
Oh, you're actually talking
In
about
New
the
York.
actual animals. Okay, I thought maybe you see these rats, you go through like a
that's
tour
funny.
through City Hall or something like that. You know what is amazing though about the rats and the bed bugs? Remember the old adage? I don't know if you guys have used this or heard it from your parents. Sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you think about it and you're like, really, Mom? Really, Dad? Don't let the bed bugs bite? Oh, by the way, little known fact, you swallow over 100 bugs a year in your sleep?
There we go.
Protein.
Yeah. I've known that stat for like 20 years. I don't know why that's stuck in my brain, but it's just one of those things that like grosses me out. But like, what are you going to do?
Close your mouth, breathe through your nose.
I guess. CPAP machine or something. I don't know.
So number 1 for bed bugs, not rats, but number 1 for bed bugs, Chicago. Number 2, New York. Number 3, Philadelphia. Then Cleveland. Then L.A. Then Detroit. Then D.C. I just wanted to give you the numbers.
Another reason to relocate to a red state in the South.
I know.
They just keep adding up.
Yeah, that's true. They're
unbelievable.
Major cities. So Philadelphia, we remember we had the problem on SEPTA. That was, And now that looks like a mild problem, so I'll just take you back a moment. Now we talk about crime and people not feeling safe on SEPTA. But remember when it was the bed bug infestation because people had said that they hide in the seats and whatnot, and that was the biggest problem on SEPTA.
And if I'm speaking correctly, and I'm sure if I'm wrong, Twitter or YouTube will let me know, bed bugs are microscopic, right? Like you can't see them with the naked eye, correct?
I think when they're adults, I think you can see them.
Okay.
Once they're like a full-on adult.
Right.
I think you can see them.
I'm wondering how often you should change. You got me thinking of all kinds of things right now.
Okay.
I wonder how often you should change your box spring and your bed mattress. I mean, like every couple of years, buy a new one. I mean, I'm sure there's like supplies out there.
Well, how many people are sleeping in your bed? I mean, like,
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what doesn't matter about the people. They just come in from outside.
To your point. You have a mattress cover, and you can actually have a specialty like hypoallergenic, for allergens and bed bugs.
I was tested when I had an allergy issue in 2013, and I went to the allergist, and I got the shot in my back to see what you test positive for, and one of them was dust mites. That I'm allergic to dust mites. A lot of people are allergic to dust mites, and I think a lot of people are even asymptomatic to it. You're allergic to it, you just don't know it. And I remember getting a special box spring case for my bed because I didn't want to deal with certain allergens. So I mean, I know there's there's lines of defense out there, but I'm just wondering.
So you can flip your mattress unless it's a pillow top.
Mm-hmm.
Number one. Number two, a doctor told me years ago that when you change your sheets at least once a week, you spray the heck out of everything with Lysol.
Yeah, Lysol is great. A great weapon. Kills everything.
And they have all these other kind of 24-hour spray. Like now they have awesome sprays since COVID.
Yeah.
But if you have all those allergies,
yes,
spray.
Yeah, Lysol, folks, not Febreze. My guess is Febreze won't kill anything. It'll just make it smell good.
Just make it smell good. Yeah. So yeah, we got it. And when we travel for the conventions this week, I'll give everybody the sprays.
Oh.
For the hotels in Milwaukee and Chicago, because I know that we're doing that, right?
Yeah. No. Yeah, Stockers Bank. We're going to get one of Nikki's big donors to chip in to send us.
Stop. We're doing the big three, right? So we still have the big three. We still have, so since you've talked about the border a lot, we have President Joe Biden. He's being urged to seize control of the Texas National Guard. Why? Because the state of Texas is said to be defying the Supreme Court ruling that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a huge issue, and now we're seeing the battle lines being drawn. Number three, and I always say Hunter Biden, I'll technically take him as a local story, but his business associate is supposed to appear at the House Oversight Judiciary Committee for a transcribed interview. Dun, dun, dun.
This is Archer?
So, no, this is Mervyn Yan.
Mervyn Yan.
So, even though we are talking about other things going on, especially with New Hampshire this week, I'll just remind you that House Oversight Judiciary Committee, they continue on and moving toward the Hunter Biden case.
Conspiracy theory here from Mr. Kayal, if I may, for a moment. The Biden administration purposely not enforcing the border for the agenda and the motives behind doing so, which we know. But also, I wonder if it's, hey, let's just get pounded by the media for the border so that the Hunter stuff kind of gets brushed under the attention span of people. You think about it. How long has it been since we talked about Hunter Biden on the show?
That's true.
It's not top of mind right now. And I think they like it, and I think it's by design.
Amen. It's very true. Let's talk about our sponsor this morning on this rainy but warm spring-like day. Tommy D's Home Improvement Center, renovating a kitchen or building, one from the ground up. Tommy D's Home Improvement Center, your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website, TommyD's.com. Kayal and Company, Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:47 as we put a bow on the third hour of today's show. Still ahead in the final hour, we have our morning mystery movie clip, What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won social media, a lot of good things to get to. Also, a couple of stories that we will get to in the 9 o'clock hour. What men want versus what men don't want. We've got some great examples. Miss America actually gets it right. Also, a story about a sexy female farmer. We're going to talk about that story.
What?
Yeah. And another company gets roasted for putting a dude in a bathing suit. Apparently, they didn't get the Sports Illustrated memo from last week when I went off on that. And I also have a story on how a Pennsylvania high school is reversing course and will not back down to cancel culture when it comes to their logo for their high school. We'll get to that story, somewhat local here in the state of Pennsylvania, coming up in a little bit. But in the world of media, some shame and then finally some closure, so to speak. Let me start with the shame. CNN, you want to talk about how bad it's getting for CNN. You know, we've talked a lot about Netflix this week and the streaming deal and, you know, how people are, you know, bailing on cable news and things like that. CNN now has plunged behind not only the History Channel in ratings, but an obscure Western network in prime time ratings. This is a media ratings report from the New York Post, and they say the following. Ratings challenged CNN's total viewership in prime time last week, lagged behind the History Channel and an obscure cable network founded by televangelists Jim and Tammy Faye Baker that plays Western TV shows and films. According to the latest figures released by Nielsen, quote, the most trusted name in news, which recently hired former, and we talked about this story a while back, former New York Times and BBC boss Mark Thompson as its CEO, had an average of 538,000 nightly viewers in the 8 p.m. through 11 p.m. block during a 7-day period from January 15th until the 21st. The week ratings were generated despite coverage, and this really goes to show you how bad CNN is right now. Despite coverage of the Iowa caucus, which saw Donald Trump roll to victory, CNN not only finished behind Fox and MSNBC, but they were the 10th most watched channel on cable. They got beat by the Hallmark Channel, the History Channel, and INSP. No idea what INSP is, by the way. Couldn't find it on my cable provider if I tried. They got beat by a South Carolina-based local channel founded in the late 1970s by Christian televangelists. Like, if you're CNN right now, you've got to take a major step back. And, Dawn, you can speak on this because you've worked in cable news, and you know the way these big contracts are given out. I have no idea what Caitlin – and I have to think off the top of my head. So 8, 9, 10 through 11, that's got to be Caitlin Collins, Abby Phillip, and Aaron Burnett or Anderson Cooper. It's a combination of 3 of those 4 names. If you're CNN and you're this new boss, by the way, CNN, you probably shouldn't have hired a guy that ran the New York Times into the ground. If you're trying to resuscitate CNN, he's got a track record of failure of killing probably the most recognizable publication in this country, short of the Washington Post. I don't know. We talked about this in the past about how Fox, you've talked about like the lighting and the quality of the studio presentation. We've talked about the personalities and the likability. They are, I mean, this is really at the point now where I don't know that they ever get out of the basement where they are in right now. They are in an endless rudder with no solutions to their tanking ratings. You can't lose to us. How do you lose nationally to a South Carolina-based TV channel that is from the 1970s with televangelists? With all due respect to the televangelists out there.
I don't know. Well, first of all, I would say INSP, I'm looking at it, it's all those, they play all those Gunsmoke and all those, it's almost like a Me TV kind of thing.
What are they, like reruns of Perry Mason?
It looks like it. It looks like they...
MASH?
They play a lot of, and they have blogs, and it looks like they're very popular.
Yeah.
Gunsmoke the Rifleman, Rawhide the Big Valley, The Virginian, The Young Riders, Wagon Train Tales of Wells Fargo. So it's like a cowboy Western theme.
There's more of a market for cowboy Westerns than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
A niche market, if you will.
Yeah.
I never worked for a cable network because I worked for O&Os like CBS or locally like Fox O&O station.
Mm-hmm.
But at the CNN at the network level, I think that they will get bought out, bailed out. They will. No, they're not funded like the traditional networks. However, they're a huge operation. And even now, look at their reporters when they are their network of reporters worldwide, when they go to the Middle East, let's say, or when they go to Ukraine and Russia, etc. They still do a fantastic job of that. So will they be swallowed up? I mean, I think ultimately, and this is my insider, like my take on it, just as we've seen newspapers, we used to have a lot of local newspapers across the country. You had a lot to choose from. Right now, we pretty much have the Philadelphia Inquirer, and they're under the umbrella of a nonprofit now, created by the Lenfest company, right? It's all a nonprofit, but it's all one entity.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have competing local papers.
Yeah.
That's what's happening in broadcast media.
Yep.
So will we see the combination of, CBS and NBC or that sort of thing? Yeah,
Like
I think
consolidate,
ultimately,
basically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what we've seen in the print industry, and so that will soon follow.
Just so you guys know, I don't have a complete picture of 2023, but 2022, CNN's ad revenue was $1.8 billion.
So they still generate a ton of money.
A ton of money.
Despite the fact that nobody's watching.
Exactly.
So that's the only reason they're probably hanging on.
They will hang. Guys, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If they're bringing in 8 point.
Oh, yeah. Nobody's walking away from that money.
Nobody's walking away
of course,
from that.
Of course.
You know what I mean? So no, nothing is going to happen because they're very profitable.
Yeah.
They're very profitable.
That's ultimately what matters at the end of the day.
100%.
Right. Because if they were putting up great ratings but couldn't draw revenue, they would just have to close, unfortunately.
But what it shows you, and you mentioned this INSP and all of these there's such a niche market for, I would say, anything of nostalgia.
Oh, of course.
And even like my teenage son, they love finding stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
And so ultimately, if you're any other broadcast entity, tap into that. Interview some of those individuals or try to tap into some of the nostalgia that's happening in our country. It started during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And we see it continue.
Well, because we stopped having live episodes of things and new productions of sitcoms and new tapings, and then you throw in what we were just dealing with, late last spring into the summer, into the fall, the writer's strike. So everyone's like, okay, you're not going to create new content. We live in an a la carte on-demand world. I'll pull up my favorite streaming service, and I'll binge watch old episodes of insert whatever your favorite show is that you're seeking, right?
And I don't know if this is true, but think about some of those old, like I'm looking at some of these Westerns and some of these, John Wayne and
The Duke.
So men were men, women were women. Nobody was there. Some of them are shockingly.
No gays on TV?
Well, they actually, when you watch.
No dudes in bathing suits.
When you look back, there were.
That's what it sounds like, though. Where you're like, guys were guys, women were women.
No, but I would submit to you.
Toxic masculinity sells.
Now that you know, like when you look back, those roles were definitely there. It just wasn't shoved in your face.
Yeah. Very good point.
They allude to it.
Yeah, just dudes spitting and like, I'm manly. That was shoved in your face.
Got me some tobacco in my cheek. All right.
Look at Monty Python and look at those old Monty Python bits.
Yep.
They had all this stuff.
There's no question. 855-839-1210. We will have some manly conversation coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Also, The Daily Show has 20% of their solution. The details when we continue final hour. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But how are you feeling? I don't want you to go another year compromising because of that pain, maybe in your knees or your shoulder. Just call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. I just talked to one of you, and you were thinking about your golf game. We're not so far off from spring. And think about your aching knees. Going to keep you from doing what you love, going to keep you from the golf course. Don't do that, because you know what? Your body has everything that it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. QC Kinetics flips the switch, if you will. It can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The future of pain treatments, it's here. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers treating tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America and across our region, and many of you getting your life back. People with back pain, hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or that past injury. This is not some kind of a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment. It's breakthrough stuff that gets you moving again. So listen, that's non-surgical. So this has got to be the year. Fight back. Take the first step. Just call QC Kinetics. Put this on the calendar and get a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Call them. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Increase your spending power in the new year with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including gas, groceries, restaurants, shopping, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Pennsylvanians need to renew their Medicaid coverage. Make sure you're ready. Losing your benefits could be costly. If you land in the emergency room for your kiddo's broken arm. And what about grandma's nursing home coverage? Don't put it all at risk. Stay covered. Get ready to renew your Medicaid or CHIP benefits. You can renew online through Compass, over the phone, or by returning your renewal packet in the mail. Learn more about how to renew at dhs.pa.gov/stay covered.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26th with Glenn MacNow and Ray Didinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it, his brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University January 26th and 27th, and at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Nine 9:03, welcome back in. Fourth and final hour underway on a Thursday morning. It is Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app, which has the rewind feature. So if you missed any of the show, well, first of all, we start at 6 a.m. That's the first thing. Secondly, the big take this morning, all of the issues that fall in favor of Trump and Republicans versus the one big looming issue, that being abortion. And the reason we brought that up this morning is Dr. Jill Biden, Dr. Jill, will be bringing Kate Cox from Texas to the State of the Union address coming up on March 7th. Also, a lot of conversation about the border, immigration, what Greg Abbott is dealing with, and who has joined in on the fight with GOP governors against the Biden administration. Also, the money keeps coming in for Nikki Haley and Trump's comments against Nikki Haley, as well as some of his past colleagues, including Kayleigh McEnany. So I would encourage you to download the app and hit up the rewind feature if you missed any of that conversation this morning. Couple of stories in the world of entertainment and off the beaten path here in the final hour that I find interesting. And, we just talked about CNN's ratings, and we've done shows in the past where we've had, a 15, 20-minute conversation on the death of late-night TV and these talk shows, most notably because they're not funny, and they're all left-wing, and they are just, they might generate, a lot like CNN, they probably generate a lot of money. Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, these guys, they all get paid well. They probably bring in great advertising revenue. But people are not watching the show. And The Daily Show, say what you want about The Daily Show, say what you want about Jon Stewart, it was, I think it's fair to say, an institution for a long time.
No doubt.
I mean, it was massive.
Yep.
And I think he left, did he leave right around the time Trump officially announced?
2015.
2015.
Yeah, so right before Trump announced, or right.
Year before.
Yeah.
Well, he missed out on a gold mine of content. Talk about bad
Well,
timing.
no, actually what I think happened was Trump announced in June of 2015. I think Jon Stewart ended, 2015, at the end of that year.
Okay.
So
he got a couple of months.
Yeah.
But he missed out on all the goodies. So for the last, I don't know, it's got to be a year and a half, roughly. I mean, since Trevor Noah tanked that show, ratings-wise, although in his departure, their revenue has fallen off. They made about $39 million in 2022, and they're down to about $19 million in advertising in 2023. But they have come to the conclusion that they are going to give Jon Stewart the Rachel Maddow treatment. Jon Stewart will come back and host Monday nights only.
Yep.
Now, I have no idea how that network is ran. I know it's Paramount, run. But you guys love it. I can't get that by you ever. Not a second. It's like, I could sit here and say,
dude, it's nails on a chalkboard to me. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
It is. It really is.
One day I'll figure it out. Probably won't. But they are basically a Paramount Global property, which I think is the streaming provider of CBS. So I think Comedy Central, Paramount, CBS, kind of the same umbrella. I don't know who runs the network. I don't know who the, quote, brand manager is or whatever their title is. But if you're going to try, think about all the people they trotted out that failed. Leslie Jones from Saturday Night Live, not funny. By the way, Leslie Jones in the Ghostbusters remake from 2016, atrocious. Anytime I have the TV guide up and I'm scrolling through the channels and I see Ghostbuster and I get down to that and I click on it and I realize it's not Ghostbusters from 1984, I'm very upset with myself. Cal Penn, Sarah Silverman, all of these people they trotted through. I don't know how it works, but Stalker, if Zioli went to afternoons and let's say for a year and a half, you had me on Mondays, you had Opelka on Tuesday, you had Rooney on Wednesday,
it wouldn't work.
And then you said, you know what, after a year and a half, I've come to the conclusion that Matt Rooney will be the permanent host on Mondays.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Don't
work.
you think the bosses would probably be up your butt?
100%, and they should
Yeah,
be.
because they'd want on.
Well, you're already at 10. You want to host all 6 hours? You will be. How dare you? So, what is the solution here? Because Jon Stewart is probably going to get paid way more than he's worth at this point to do 1 day a week. Same thing with Rachel Maddow, only doing 1 day a week, and when big news cycles hit, so she'll probably do more than 1 day a week when we get to the fall as we ramp up for the final 8 to 10 weeks of the election and the campaign season. But they're going to go with Jon Stewart and then still use a rotating cast. How do they pull that off? How is that even acceptable? I mean, they're basically admitting they can't find. Look, and I get it. Some of these guys. There's never going to be another Rush Limbaugh. There's never going to be another Tony Bruno in sports. There's some guys that are. There's never going to be another Howard Stern. And yeah, you can sit there as a guy that's a talent person and say, I gotta find the next big thing. But you're not going to replace iconic legends. But you can find people that are really good in this day and age where a lot of the bits have run its course. Call it myself, run its course.
Just go home and practice in front of a mirror.
I am really going to do that. I'm going to do that while I'm running on the treadmill today. But the fact that they can't find a permanent solution that they can sit there and say, okay, can we sell this individual and can this person generate some ratings? I think it's a pretty embarrassing state of where late night TV is, to be honest.
Well, he's executive producing too, so he's going to handpick the comedians that do Tuesday through Thursday. Again, that's another show that does 4 days a week. So it's like, they don't do first run shows on Fridays. So, look, having Jon Stewart involved in this, I'm sure they probably wanted to take him any way that they could get him. So I'm sure that this was he doesn't want to work 4 or 5 days a week. He just doesn't.
Yeah.
So
well, I don't either.
So I'm sure he probably said to them, "Hey, I'll come back, but these are my conditions." And I'm sure they were like, "Yes, sure."
Yeah. Yeah.
So look, having him on 1 night a week, I think is a game changer. It is interesting to me that he's getting back involved in an election year.
It's nice that when you come back when the content becomes more plentiful and easier.
No, my thing is more of like just another kind of piece in the arsenal.
Okay.
Because look, say what you will about him, and he's been out of the game for a long time, so maybe things have changed. But he really was the voice of a certain generation.
Oh yeah.
So,
well, they're saying he still is, but
yeah.
But I think ultimately, so remember he had that deal with Apple. There were all the insider grumblings and rumblings that he was unhappy because they were trying to control his content.
Oh, yeah.
So that Greg nailed it with the executive producer. So they've now said, hey, no problem.
You want free reign.
You want EP? Yeah.
Yep.
You want some control here? We love you. But isn't this for Paramount Plus?
Yep.
Because they've been hurting, right? So I think that they think he's a big enough draw. I will say I love his take. You might not agree with him necessarily. He's funny. He's smart. He has a great take. And I would make sure that I would watch him. And so it's a draw, I believe, for Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're going for. They're trying to find people who they can lure back.
Yeah. Well, they're probably struggling in the streaming game. Netflix is just killing almost everybody right now.
Yeah.
Which is why they can afford to give the WWE $5 billion, which is remarkable. All right, 855-839-1210. A lot of people weighing in on Twitter about the old school nostalgic TV shows. We've got some tweets coming in that people, Debbie listening to us from Kentucky this morning. She brings up Monty Python. Lebo brings up Blazing Saddles. Marcus Aurelius says that John Wayne would kick Anderson Cooper's ass, which he absolutely would. So speaking of toxic masculinity, I want to get into a couple of stories here. We live in this world now. We talked about how one of the things that killed Sports Illustrated was how they wanted to put a dude in a bikini, in a swimsuit on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Just one of the many reasons why Sports Illustrated failed. But I have to give a little tip of the cap to Miss America. In a day and age where the left is trying to tell you men can become women and win beauty pageants, Miss America, and you're looking on YouTube right now, we'll have a lot of visuals here for the next 5 minutes, so if you're a straight man, I think you'll enjoy this. Madison Marsh was the newly crowned Miss America, and she is, this is a twofold victory here for Miss America. Not only is she a biological female, but she is also a active member in the Air Force. And there she is in her garb, in her uniform, in her...
she looks like Kristen Wiig.
Yeah, she does. I didn't even think about that.
From Saturday Night Live.
Yes. So there she is. So kudos to Miss America in a world where we've gone insane for giving a female award to a female and a vet to boot. So nice work, Madison Marsh. If we could go back to the Miss America picture so we could see the difference. I mean, yeah, she's confetti raining down. She looks like she's ready to cry. Good, nice work. Yeah. I wanted to highlight that story. So that's a good job in the world of sanity. And then secondly, this is where men will just basically give up anything they have for a female. Cash, odd and securities, marketable, all kinds of stuff, cars. We're suckers. We're suckers for beautiful women. I have no problem admitting that. That's what men this is why men came out of caves. We want to be around beautiful women. And if that bothers somebody, then you can just go pound sand. I don't know what to tell you. So I got to talk about this story. This is also to show you how stupid men are. Because we have a female named Brittany Woods. This story is courtesy of the New York Post. And this is actually, the more I think about my life, if I want more money, I just need to start doing creative things like this. Brittany Woods, 29 years old, is a female social media influencer who dresses up as a sexy farmer. And she clears well over 6 figures a year milking cows in a bikini on social media. We are showing pictures now on YouTube.
YouTube.com/@1210.
Dawn, I know you love this kind of content. Feel free to chime in at any point. She's riding a tractor through the woods. That looks like razor wire or barbed wire. She might be down by the border right now. Who knows? She's got high boots. She's got a cowboy hat on. And could we go back, Phil, if we could, to the
oh, my God.
She's actually out in the pasture sitting with cows in the grass.
My Lord.
Brittany Woods, 29, living the American dream. This is why anybody that's a socialist is a loser, because only in a capitalistic society could you dress up in a bikini, walk around a farm with 30, there's got to be 30 cows in that one picture.
Yeah.
And she's milking cows, and dudes will actually compensate her to keep on doing this.
I mean, this is basically an OnlyFans thing, right?
This is pretty much an OnlyFans thing, correct.
Where some fetish guys are just like, hey, let me watch you milk cows.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the old days when we had the bikini car washes. Yeah, you see the TV shows and the movies, and I don't
or
really...
girls jumping on trampolines like Jimmy Kimmel used to do before he became woke.
Oh, the Jimmy Kimmel used to do that? He used to have
the
a bit
Man
like
Show.
that?
The Man Show. You remember the Man Show with?
Well, I remember the Man Show, but I don't remember that bit.
Girls jumping on trampolines.
Yeah. So look, look, guys. I'm telling you, women out there. I know the economy sucks, but there's a lot of desperate people you can make a buck off of.
Jesus says, "Great job on the pictures." 1210.
Yes. Yes, I'm catering to the male demo right here.
That's fine.
Hence why Dawn is silent.
She's from New Zealand.
Yeah, good for her.
Right?
God bless her.
Why don't we have somebody from Pennsylvania?
I know, we got a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Somebody out in Lancaster do that? Amishville?
Guys are sick Fs though. Like
I
the
agree.
fact that the fact that we want to see some chick milking a cow.
Yep.
Like what's up with that?
Yep.
And then one, do you have the one? She's in a wife beater, kind of a t-shirt.
I don't know if you're allowed to say
The
that.
tank top, Dawn. Come on.
Okay, she's in a tank
It's
top.
offensive.
And it's a white tank top with red writing, and across the breast of the tank top it says "Cowboy Pillows."
Yeah. That's right. It's a new twist on the My Pillow.
She's
Cowboy
buoyed by
pillows.
the support of her male coworkers.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure.
She has no plans to put her clothes back on.
Yep. This is what we're talking about.
There she is.
Dawn, not Dawn, Nick.
Yeah.
Keep close to your daughters.
Oh, I have.
That's all I'm saying.
I ever
man.
catch them doing any of this?
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
I thank God, and I'm sure Dawn does too. I thank God I have a boy.
Yeah, we'll see if you're saying thank God about 12 years from now. Okay? You're going to have your own issues to deal with. We'll converse about them when we're in like our 20th year
Nick,
of the year.
There's no contest. Can I just tell you something?
Sure.
And you've only got 3 to 4 years before
I
you
die?
will go insane.
Before he dies.
Okay, so I feel for you.
Yeah,
they're already on TikTok.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
my
you're
goodness.
you're in trouble, brother.
I know.
Oh
I know.
my goodness.
Don't worry. I will have to start ruling with an iron fist.
Oh yeah, good luck.
I will.
That's not.
How are you
going
going to do that?
I don't know. In this day and age, you can't rule with an iron fist.
No.
Somebody's offended.
Yeah.
All right. Lastly, we got to bring up. So there was 2 elements there that I wanted to show you.
Can we actually, guys, for the people just tuning in, for the men just tuning in, I'm sure we lost all our women listeners. For the men just tuning in on the YouTube video, Phil, if you can put up one of those pictures up during the commercial break, I'd appreciate it so we can look at that.
During the commercial break. So I wanted to point out there's two elements here where, yes, toxic male, masculine, but here the point is this is what sells. And I'm going to show you the third element here because this company did not get the memo. Moana Bikini, which is owned by Australian body positivity influencer Karina Irby, decided to, you know what, for our swimsuit company, why don't we roll out a male model that looks like Bridget Nielsen from Rocky IV and put him in a bathing suit. And if you're watching on YouTube, this is what I'm talking about. Do you think now, Phil, if we could, I would like, I don't know if you can do this, and I hate to put you on the spot. If we could put the female cow milker split screen with dude in the bikini for this swimsuit company in Australia that won't sell one single bikini because of this guy. If we could put them side by side split screen and look at the difference between what a biological female looks like versus a biological male having a mental health breakdown. This might
be the most un-PC show we've ever done.
That's correct.
Totally.
It's another ratings bonanza. So I just want to highlight what sanity looks like in this country.
Dawn, that's why we have you here to keep you on to keep us on track.
Including Miss America. God bless Miss America. They gave the award to a biological female in the Air Force. So that'll do it for all the insanity in this world. As you can tell, I'm very bothered by the whole male swimsuit thing. Doesn't sit well with me. But I just wanted to point that out.
I mean, okay, can I just...
It's a one-piece or swimsuit.
I'm trying to save companies and businesses from going out of business.
Paul says, great job killing the mood, Nick. With the dude at the swimsuit.
Well,
I know.
You know, what are you going to
Should
do?
have started. Okay, next time start with the current story that you're talking about, and then go to the modern day. I was looking up nostalgia. So Ellie Mae Clampett.
Oh yeah.
I would say some of the nostalgia TV from way back
Yeah,
in the
I love
day,
Ellie Mae.
right?
Yeah.
Had the concept that this New Zealander is capitalizing upon, which is a farm girl, and has sort of a wholesome look, but she's in a bikini or scantily clad. And that's something that's really not a new theme.
No.
Think of Ellie Mae Clampett.
Jed Clampett was totally on board with
right?
it. So
Ellie
was
Mae.
Jethro.
So
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Love the Beverly Hillbillies. All right, 9:20, right on the dot. Speaking of movies, it's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I was told it might be possible to rent your boat. We'd like to do that. Is that possible? We need to get upriver.
Where you going?
Into Burma.
Burma's a war zone.
Well, that's what people call it, but it's more like genocide than war. Anyway, This will be my 5th trip in, so we are aware of all the risks.
I don't go that far north.
Let me explain our situation. Our church is part of a Pan-Asian ministry located in Colorado. We're all volunteers who around this time of year bring in medical supplies, medical attention, prayer books, and support for the Karen tribes people. People say, you know the river better than anyone.
They lie.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Ah, yes. Once again today, you will win a copy of All the Light We Cannot See, a novel by Anthony Doerr, a book about a blind French girl. She doesn't milk cows, by the way. And a German boy whose paths collide in occupied France as both try to survive the devastation of World War II, which is also a Netflix limited series. You will get that book today if you are caller 12 with the correct answer to that movie that came out 16 years ago today. 16 years ago today. 855-839-1210. Back after this with our winner and What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. As I look over on YouTube, and that is actually not a vehicle that you can get from the Piazza Auto Group or Piazza Premium Automobiles, because Piazza wants to ring in the new year and wish everybody a happy 2024. And they are excited because in a day and age of downsizing, they're expanding. And they're welcoming in 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Main Line, both located on Lancaster Avenue. And you will receive the same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect, know, and love from Piazza Premium Automobiles. You can find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti or Maserati or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. Check them out online right now at piazzapremiumautos.com.
Start 2024 by building stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
.30, Kayal and Company on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up in a moment. Also, what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history, courtesy of Phil Almquist. And who won YouTube and Twitter today. But before that, who has secured the copy of All the Light We Cannot See? The book by Anthony Dwyer. Well, I think that's Jonathan in Philadelphia. Jonathan, good morning. How are you? What movie clip did we just play for you, sir?
Hey, good morning. That was my boy Rambo.
Yeah.
Rambo.
That's correct. Came out January 25th, 2008. Jonathan, congratulations. Good work, man.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too. There's Jonathan in Philadelphia.
By the way, Eric on Twitter says, just saw the photos of the young ladies with the or the young lady with the cows, and I got to say, you guys are really milking this content.
Yeah.
That might be a leader in the clubhouse, so to speak. Good work out of him. All right, we've got a lot of audio to get to. It's 9:32, so let's get to Greg Stocker's What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
I do. Get it? Milking the content.
Did the audience hang through on the YouTube to check out the
Of course
still
they
shot?
did.
That's
Of
good
course
work.
they did.
Beautiful.
All right, all the ladies who may have been offended by that, please come back.
Could be a lot of ladies that liked it.
Were they
Hey.
offended?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Dawn wasn't offended.
No.
No, but I started looking at that app, and there are all kinds of. They say there are all kinds of controversies over that app.
What app?
OnlyFans.
Oh yeah. It's
Because
it's porn.
with regard to no, not even that. Because porn is legal in the proper context. The problem is human trafficking
Oh.
of underage girls.
You always find a dark place to go.
I know. Sorry, I can't.
My God.
And it's just my news. Like that's because in news, that's what you go like.
Yeah.
Okay, well, for ratings. It's February ratings. What can we? Oh, the dark side of the dirty apps.
Dawn's just used to checking for shootings and killings
I
and
know.
murders.
Sorry, it's a sin.
It is. But you're not committing a sin, Dawn. It's these other sinners out there that do it, and you just report it.
That's right, sir.
There you go.
All right. Yesterday, the United Auto Workers granted President Joe Biden its long-awaited endorsement for re-election as he makes the case that he's delivered for working people. The UAW president spoke. This is Sean Fain. He spoke yesterday saying that if our endorsements must be earned, Joe Biden has earned it. Although if you go back to it, I don't see any. They seem to only endorse Democrats. I've never seen them actually endorse a Republican, at least in the last 20 years or so. Anyway, this is Sean Fain. Cut 18, Phil, go.
When I first came into office, we made some headlines by saying that our endorsements would be earned, not freely given. We've said we'd stand with whoever stood with us in our fight. Not because somebody was nice to us and we want to be nice to them, but because we need to know who's going to put up and who's going to shut up. And going even further, we need to know who's going to stand up with us.
He's yelling. Is this an angry speech?
Well, CNN would say that, yes.
Or KYW.
And he's drinking a 4-ounce water bottle. He doesn't have a big Stanley.
And this choice is clear.
Yeah.
Joe Biden bet on the American worker while Donald Trump blamed the American worker. We need to know who's going to sit in the most powerful seat in the world and help us win as a united working class. So if our endorsements must be earned, Joe Biden has earned it.
There you go.
Well, we've talked about the UAW in the past and Joe going out there and being involved with that. I mean, it does carry some weight. There's no question about it. I mean, I don't know if he needs to be emphatically yelling.
Here's the thing about this is that it's the union. But is it the union workers?
Well, that's two different things, correct?
Exactly, because we talked about those stats before, where like union homes, like the people who are in said unions, are actually very pro-Trump. It's just the union bosses,
right?
Because it's all funding.
Yeah.
Think about how much money they have. You know what I mean? So,
and the workers outnumber the bosses, 12-fold. So,
exactly. So.
Yeah.
I don't know how much, with all these endorsements, I don't know how much weight they carry. And like I said, I believe that the UAW has endorsed, they endorsed Joe Biden in 2020. They endorsed Barack Obama. They endorsed Hillary Clinton. So it's not like they have this we go back and forth.
No.
Doesn't seem like they go back and forth.
They've had a stranglehold on that for, 4 cycles.
Joe Biden then took to the stage. He bragged about spending billions on electric vehicle charging stations.
that haven't been installed, that don't work.
Exactly. This is cut 15, Phil, go.
That's why my bipartisan infrastructure law is building a network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations all across America, installed by your brothers and sisters of the IABW.
What?
That's his doing.
Mighty.
He's doing it again. He did this yesterday.
I know.
That was with women, and now it's with the United Auto Workers.
One more time here.
That's why my bipartisan infrastructure law is building a network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations all across America, installed by your brothers and sisters of the IABW. That's his doing.
It's all about your brothers and sisters because of the IABW. Wow. Yeah, I'll tell you what. There's something in the so let's throw this into what riles up Joe and where you get animated Joe. We get animated Joe when it comes to January 6th, and we get animated Joe when it comes to the union.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shelly McDonald on YouTube chat. He does sound. I'm not saying he is because I actually don't think he drinks, but like he does sound drunk there, doesn't he?
He's
like in that clip yesterday.
Yeah, where the speech is very slurred.
Yeah.
I don't know if what type of prescriptions he takes or whatever. I don't know if it's a side effect or if it's wearing off or it's kicking. I don't know what it is.
Is it true? Like he's a teetotaler, right? Like he doesn't drink, right, Dawn?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
think
I've
you're
heard
right.
he's That's really odd. So
two presidents,
Trump and Biden.
Yeah.
Do we know about Obama?
I'm sure Obama put him back. He looks like a guy who.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so Trump
We
never
know-
did those things.
we know
Biden
Hillary Clinton
used
did.
to. But
Oh, did he?
Yeah, but at some point, says that he doesn't drink a lot.
Well, I mean-
as far as Barack Obama, his book, if you believe it, or the books about him say that he tried cocaine and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But I think once they get in the White House.
If you believe that the addiction gene is hereditary, Hunter has an addiction problem.
There you go.
I don't know. He also says, talking about saying the quiet part out loud. This is him saying the quiet part out loud. Cut 14, Phil, go.
We're fundamentally changing the economy in this country, and everybody's getting a little worried about it.
What? He doesn't know what he's saying.
Can we play that one?
Yeah, hang on.
One more time.
Hang on.
We're fundamentally changing the economy in this country, and everybody's getting a little worried about it.
Oh my God.
Man.
Yeah, I think we're just worried that disposable income is dried up. And, it's amazing when you look at some of these economy polls and you see the results and you get like 19% or 23% that approve of the way that Joe Biden has handled the economy. I'd love to know, what these people have been doing financially that they say, you know what, we're just fine.
Yeah.
I get it. You have some of the coastal elites. You have the 1%, but we're talking about the 1%. These are 19, 22, 27% of the people that are like, yeah, it's not that bad. Were they saving for a rainy day? What were they really saving for a rainy 3 years?
We were talking yesterday about him in a speech that he gave for the pro-choice rally that he did, where he came on and says, "Hello, Virginia," and then he says to the real governor, Terry McAuliffe, who we know lost the last election.
Well, a little election denialism.
Corrine Jean-Pierre was asked about that, and she said he was clearly making a joke.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
This is cut. This is cut. 16 here, Phil, go.
Is election denying a joke now?
What do you mean? You have to say more than just make a random statement.
Why did the president say, hello, Virginia, and the real governor, Terry McAuliffe?
He was making a joke about Terry. He was making a joke. He was. I mean, if you play it back, it's clearly that the president was making a joke.
What's the joke?
He was making a joke about
What is the
McAuliffe's
joke?
previous term as governor.
How are you guys going to convince people, though, that this idea of denying election results is very bad if President Biden is going out and making jokes like this?
Okay, he did not deny. He did not deny it. He congratulated Governor Youngkin. Matter of fact, when he won his election, he did it out of the gate. Out of the gate, really, truly. He congratulated the governor, and not only that, we've had opportunities to work closely with the governor over the past couple of years, and this is a president that works across the aisle. We've seen that many times, and he was making a joke.
Got it.
Corrine, is it a joke when Hillary Clinton was denying election results? Was it a joke when Stacey Abrams has denied election results? Why is it that when the Dems do it, it's a joke, and when somebody else does it, it's, threat to democracy? Those are dangerous waters.
Well, Peter Ducey it's a great question. Like, okay, it's a joke. What's the joke in there?
Right. I must have missed the joke.
You know what I mean?
Funny.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, Terry McAuliffe didn't come close to winning.
No.
So it's not even funny.
It's ridiculous. It really is. But again, we know there's different rules for different fools.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris was being interviewed on Yahoo by Katie Couric. And she took a little, apparently Kamala she says she's 5'3" or 5'4" and 5'6" or whatever in heels. Katie Couric says on her Wikipedia that she was 5'2", and then Kamala Harris addresses her team and tells her, make sure we change that on Wikipedia.
Well, DeSantis wanted the same thing done.
It's a very bizarre back and forth because, as we know, Katie Couric is short as well. I didn't realize that Kamala was as short as she is.
As we know, I'm 5'10".
Well, yeah, you lie. Don't women want to be smaller though, or is that not true?
I don't know.
Shorter. Don't you lie down, Dawn?
Not about your height.
Not about your height.
Not anymore.
Right. Really?
Not anymore. In television, it's different because a lot of the guys are little, so that's why they choose the tiny. Like Katie Couric, I've met her.
Yep.
I'm 5'7.5". I tower over her.
She said she's 5'2". All right, so this is that exchange from yesterday. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
Meanwhile, why did I think you were much taller? I recently learned you're only 5'2". Is that true?
That is absolutely incorrect.
Okay.
I am 5'4" and a quarter.
Okay, and I'm 5'3".
5'4.5", and with heels, which I always wear, I'm 5'7.5". Thank you very much.
Okay, Wikipedia, you're wrong, and we need to
totally
correct
wrong.
that.
I've said this to my team, like what? I don't know where it came from. I was 5'2" when I was 12.
They say I'm 5'1" on my Wikipedia page.
How tall are you?
5'3 3/4".
Right.
With hair and heels.
And shrinking.
It's like literally, they just want to make us smaller in every way.
I know, but I was excited because I'm short, and I was like, oh, Kamala is short.
No, I
like
am
me.
not. I am not. They're just trying to take 2.5 inches off my,
We stand corrected.
Wing. Yes, and we
will make sure.
Yes.
By the way, I like that she addresses her as Kamala. Like,
yeah,
isn't it Madam Vice President? Or don't you respect the office a little bit?
A little bit. Well, until she took over in that spot, and then all the respect went down because she's awful in the amateur hour.
Yeah, that too.
So, number one, Kamala definitely fired a staffer after that conference. Somebody got whacked, right, for screwing up the Wikipedia again because that's a big deal to Kamala. Yeah, well, we gave you the story yesterday about the article about Kamala the Defiant, how she's very argumentative behind the scenes with many people, and we've seen a lot of turnover on her staff in 3 years. But I don't understand the infatuation. I get it from the media standpoint. Certain people need to, like, TV guys have to have. You're not going to see many guys that are bald with a beard on TV, right? Everybody's got beautifully coiffed hair, the whole bit for dudes on television. I can't speak for females, Dawn. I'll let you speak on that. But I don't understand what the infatuation with is, how tall the president is, how tall the vice president is.
It matters.
I know it matters. It's supposed to project strength. I get it. But to me, it's like, I guess I'm kind of going back to the DeSantis thing. Like, the last thing I care about with Ron DeSantis is whether he's 6'1" or 5'7".
Also, don't get your information from Wikipedia. Like, it's stop.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Like, you can change Wikipedia to anything you want to.
I'm
sure on Trump's Wikipedia, he's 6'4", 180.
6'10", 175.
It's kind of a bizarre. That was a whole bizarre thing.
It was.
Yeah, and then they held hands and kind of hugged.
Yeah.
As they were in disagreement.
Well, because I think Katie's looking at her like Katie can see what height heel she's wearing, and it's just kind of bizarre.
Yeah.
How tall is Nikki Haley? Do we know?
I think she's pretty tall.
I don't really look on the TV and notice one way or the other whether she's on the taller side or shorter side. I would guess 5'6" would be my guess.
Yeah.
You said you're what, 5'7" and change, Dawn?
Yeah, she is. Nikki Haley's They list she's 5'7", 5'6". I'm like 5'7.5".
6'2", baby.
You're 6'2"?
You're 6'2".
It's a good number.
Yeah.
It is.
But I'm the midget in my house because everybody's 6'3" and up.
Can't say midget.
That's
or
offensive, Dawn.
I'm the short person in my house.
You're the little straw that stirs the drink.
I'm the little
straw Stenslin, they called her.
Because everybody else is like so tall.
Wow. So you're the. So and how many brothers and sisters did you have?
I have an older brother, John, 6'5", and my younger sister, Christine, is like 5'6".
Okay.
So I'm actually taller than her.
There you go.
My dad's taller than I am. So
Is he really?
Yeah, you know where my height came from.
Gotcha.
Mom's side, but you're still tall.
Yeah, my dad was 6'1.5", but my mom was like odd job from gold. she was like 3'5".
All right, we have to break. Dawn, talk to us about Parks.
Yeah, tell us about Parks Casino, Dawn.
Yes, the place where you can always escape. We love Parks. I love their beer garden. I was thinking about that on a rainy day like this. Those comfy chairs, big screens. But real Philly fans, you know you love the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app I've ever recommended, and I continue to recommend it because it's the best. 24/7 live casino action. Just download it. The Bet Parks app right now. All your favorite casino games, they're right at your fingertips. You can bet on the pro football playoffs right now, all your fave sports, Philly hoops, Philly hockey tonight, college basketball, so much more. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. Casino comes to you wherever you are. Play the hottest online slots or blackjack, roulette, baccarat, Texas Hold'em with that live dealer right there on your phone. Get winning on the Bet Parks app, PARX. It's very simple, but new users, you join me right now. Just download the app, get up to $1,000 in casino bonuses back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. So details on the Bet Parks app or at betparks.com. That's for new users only. Terms and conditions apply. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check out Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher into 2024, forcing millions of hardworking Americans to delay their retirement or even return to the workforce. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting your nest egg. Discover how our proprietary inflation fighters can protect your retirement lifestyle at our next Crash Proof Retirement Educational event at the Copperfield Inn, Wednesday, February 7th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal Company, 9:53. We know two things. Big Lou, he's on meds just like you. And the Dawn Show's coming up in 7 minutes. And we're going to find out what she has on tap at 10 o'clock this morning.
So this morning, I'm switching things around. At 10:30, Pastor Bill Devlin in Cuba and around the world. So we'll check in with him. He's a regular, as you know. At 11 o'clock, Anthony booked Joe Thomas of Philly Joe's Tattoo Studio, talking about tattoos, his new life, redemption, all of that.
Cool.
So that's a great interview coming up at 11:04-ish after I, of course, do the latest the developing stories. I had booked a former Border Patrol agent who's going to come on next Tuesday, but he, due to a scheduling conflict, he can't come on. So I've been talking about that and focusing on that and the effect of Philadelphia. But I will tell you at the top, I'm going to update you. This is why we talk about the homelessness and the count that happened overnight. There is a local Montgomery County suburban community dealing with a zoning issue of Eagleville Hospital. Now, they've planned the zoning meeting tonight. Neighbors up in arms, very concerned about this, that they're learning through the grapevine that now homeless individuals will be set up here. They were already upset because they've been saying that sex offenders, predators, others, not just a rehab facility, right in a residential neighborhood with kids, there's a real level of upset going on. And so this has to do with I'll say the saying, rules for me and not for thee. And so I've been, a lot of residents reaching out to me saying, Dawn, please talk about this. And so now we're getting some pushback. Is this going to be rescheduled? Residents were told it would be in February. What's going on here? And this lack of transparency. So we'll have those conversations off the top. And nobody's talking about this. So we're breaking this story here on WPHT. And that's why we are live and local.
Yes, good stuff. Looking forward to that as we get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, January 25th, we celebrate the birthdays of Etta James and Robert Finch of Casey and the Sunshine Band. Notable singles include CCR's Looking Out My Back Door from 1970, Christine McVie's Got a Hold on Me from 84, and Phil Collins with I Wish It Would Rain Down from 1990. And lastly, some notable albums include Alice in Chains' Jar of Flies, released in 94, and David Lee Roth's Skyscraper in 1988. And oh, by the way, did anyone else see the Skyscraper tour? Easily in my all-time top 10 shows seen. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Oh, Phil's not only giving us facts, he's giving us opinions and takes. He's giving us lists.
Love it.
I like it.
Love it.
Nice work, Philip. All right, we wrap it up today with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
Marcus Aurelius wins Twitter. He says, utterly amazing show today, guys. I was totally amused.
Yes, you should be.
As well as you should be.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, the Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow for a Friday festivity of shenanigans. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6, as John Fennerman would say.
Good night, everybody.
And we're also appreciative of Piazza and want to help welcome 2 new members to the Piazza family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Mainline, both right there on Lancaster Avenue. So you're going to receive the very same